Morning, everyone. The October 5th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box, you may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2, the web, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. And once outside, please assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available speaker cards, which you may complete and submit up front here to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office at the rear of the chambers, but if you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to our city clerk staff for assistance. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda this morning, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Bishop James M. Rogers, Greater New Jerusalem Baptist Church. Remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will move on to our ceremonial portion of the agenda. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Let us pray. Father, we thank you again for this opportunity to share in this great occasion. We certainly thank you for the City Council who has so graciously invited your presence into this place. We'll ask you now that you will strengthen them in their areas of weaknesses, but also continue to build them up where they have been certainly under attack. Thank you now for this fair and impartial judgments that we shall hand out this day. Thank you for this administrative work that they are doing for our great city. We thank you now for this great council staff, which has been given to us to assist our council person and our mayor to do all the great things that must be done for its citizenry. And now we ask that you would show yourself continuously strong. We pray a special prayer today on behalf of our Councilman Ricky Barlow, who has his own personal challenges, knowing that you will certainly do what you have deemed necessary. And of course, we'll be ever mindful to give you praise, for we always pray our prayers in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Distance is good. Talk about cutting it close.
Listen, we gotta get kids to school.
I know. You have this.
You guys don't have babies anymore.
Do you have this?
Yes, I do.
Good morning again. Are we all here? All of us that are here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Duh. Okay. Guess I will tell you. Guess who will take you there? Okay, for our first item, I'd like to invite the Senior Executive Vice President of Opportunity Village, Linda Smith, to join us at the podium. You look wonderful. You know, we recognize so many people here at the city that have been very accomplished. But boy, do you stand out there among the tippy top of the best. And that's why someone like Linda has really broken the mold for us. She's been an advocate for individuals with disabilities in our community for over 36 years. And now she is getting, sort of, to retire. You'll never totally retire. I know you too well for that. So again, a round of applause for this wonderful woman, Linda. She's meant so much to our community and to all the families. She's given so much hope over the years. So we have a video we'd like to show you from Opportunity Village. We want to share it because it really shows what she has absolutely created in our community. So if you will.
Opportunity Village was founded in 1954 by 7 families, 7 brave families who banded together. They loved and believed in the potential of their children, yet they were told that by virtue of the fact that your child has an intellectual disability, they're uneducable and unemployable, so we're not going to provide any services. So those 7 families knew that their children could be educated, and they started what has now become, 60 years later, Opportunity Village, serving 3,000 families and placing jobs, people in jobs throughout the Las Vegas Valley. But we also serve families throughout the Las Vegas Valley whose children are in special ed classes, and they come to Opportunity Village also for our art enrichment program. So we've certainly grown from that little, small, struggling group of parents to a dynamic organization serving the entire Las Vegas Valley, really, and giving hope to every family in the valley.
I've been here 14 years. I've never wanted to leave. And wherever they put me, they throw me, they put me, I go. And I just love it. And this is a job because we render a service. This is actually a mission job. This is something that comes from here. Yes, we all need to survive with a paycheck, but this field, this population, that has to come from here. It's not all about a check. It has to come from here. And each and every day I come here from here.
When you ask someone from America who they are, they'll answer with their job. And I love that the people here, when you ask them what they do, they can say, I paint scarves, I draw pictures, I put together stirrer packets for hotels, I clean up, I go to work. The fact that people get to define themselves as something besides their disability, I think is one of the most beautiful things about Opportunity Village.
Beautiful. I know you know. Every time you see it, it just really moves you so. So you can all see the good that this organization's been doing in our community, and it's because of people like Linda. Linda's the founder of wait till you see this list, and we've all been there. She is the founder of the Magical Forest, the Las Vegas Great Santa Run, the World Santa Challenge, Camelot, Cheyenne's Magical School Bus Tours, the Concerts of Love, and so many more innovative events. Through her years at Opportunity Village, Linda Smith has raised over $450 million to build the campuses, fund critical programs, and give Opportunity Village folk the chances they need to live beautiful lives. Whoa. We can't thank you enough, Linda. But we do have a proclamation for you to make today in the city of Las Vegas, Linda Smith Day. And so from City Council, from every heartbeat in our beautiful community to you, it is your day, and we thank you so much. I know there are other things ahead of you, but you certainly have created beautiful lives for so many people. I'm going to ask you to speak in a minute, but this isn't the only thing that we have for you. Very rarely in the city of Las Vegas do we find an opportunity for a very rare individual to give out a key to the city. And you're one of those that we have felt together. And so, Linda, forever from our hearts, from everyone here, God bless you. May your life in the future hold every joy, but know what you have done for so many others. We're just so grateful. What a great woman. Please thank her again. Whatever. Just anything.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, no, we're so look
Oh, God. Thank you. It is such a privilege to have been at Opportunity Village for so long. It's the most remarkable organization. And it exists, and it's unique in this remarkable community that we live in, because this community has supported Opportunity Village with its dollars, with its heart. And we're a 100% local organization, and groups from all over the world come to see what we do. And I want to acknowledge my boss. Everybody thinks I run Opportunity Village, but I don't. That guy down there, Ed Guthrie, he put up with me for 25 years, and I'm so grateful for him allowing me to experiment and do crazy things like the Magical Forest and the Santa Run. And I also want to thank my family, in particular my son Christopher, for being the inspiration and the love of my life and the reason that I'm really here today. So thank you so very much to the best mayor in the whole world right here. Thank you.
Don't tell Oscar. Well, wait a minute. Give me 1 second to speak privately with Linda. You have no idea, really, the true uniqueness. And for those who are watching at home, this is somebody that has had a pathway through life, but is chosen here and to help all these wonderful people. So I've just asked Linda if she wouldn't mind just to share a little bit of her life's background.
I'll try to do it in 2 minutes because I know that you want to get on to business here. But what Carolyn is mentioning, there's actually there's a filmmaker in town that's going to be writing the story of my life, and particularly the story of my life with Christopher. And he thinks it's a made-for-Hollywood movie, so I'm really excited that, I have now retired from Opportunity Village, but I have this whole other life of writing with him. But I was born in England and into an abusive situation, and I moved to Canada to escape our father when I was 11 years old. And then in Canada, I suffered homelessness in Canada. And taught myself how to dance and became a dancer on a national television show. And because I just couldn't be that poor little kid. And I think that things that happen to us in life spur us forward. And we can either lay down and die, or we can get up and kick into action. And I just didn't want to be that poor, abused kid. And so I became a dancer on television. I married an entertainer, a Canadian entertainer, and we had Christopher. And Christopher was, my ex-husband was performing here in Las Vegas. I flew back to Toronto to have Chris. I went into labor on the plane. And the plane landed in Toronto, and Christopher was born. And that started a 17-year journey of trying to get him legal in the United States, because I had no idea the discrimination that occurs to children and families with disabled children. And so I just became a fighter for the rights of my Christopher and people like him. And imagine living in a country where you were denied a chance to go to Disneyland because of the virtue of the fact that you happen to be born with a disability. So it took 17 years to get Chris legal in the United States. He got his American flag on stage at the then Las Vegas Hilton Hotel with Senator Reid and Senator Bryan handing him the American flag. And my Christopher is at Opportunity Village every day, and I'm so grateful to this organization. And Christopher has not been very well of late, but up until this past year, Christopher shreds paper at Opportunity Village. I always tell people he's a document destruction specialist at Opportunity Village, and he shreds for you, Carolyn, and many of you, I hope, that we're doing your shredding at Opportunity Village. But the fun thing that I want to end with is my Chris is pretty low functioning intellectually. He's a 2-year-old. So for 40 years, I've had a 2-year-old. But every 2 weeks at Opportunity Village, he gets a paycheck. And he's a contributing member of this community because of Opportunity Village. He gets that paycheck as everybody else, the 2,000 people at Opportunity Village get their paychecks. They show it to each other. My Chris waves his, and then he shreds it. So we have direct deposit, and that works. It's okay. So for Chris, it's really not about the paycheck. It's about a place to be every day. And I love him dearly, and I love you, Carolyn, and I love this community, and thank you for everything that you've given me. Thank you to Ed Guthrie so very much, too. Thank you. Oh, and Christopher's caregiver is sitting right here, Don D. Thank you so much.
He's 40, right? So they say that.
He's 40. She wants me to say he's 40, even though I tell people I'm 40. Christopher's 40.
Isn't that something else? Oh, my God. So have a beautiful life. We'll be watching you and just so proud of everything you've done. What a story.
Thank you.
Wow. For our next item, Councilman Beers is going to recognize the Citizen of the Month.
Got to recover a little bit. Linda's the only woman who's ever got me into a Santa costume. Ever. Yeah. So today's Citizen of the Month lives in Ward 2 in the Lakes, and I met him, probably 2 years ago. He's a union carpenter. In fact, he did a lot of work inside this room, as well as your office, Mayor. Go ahead and set up. His name is Matt Dorman, D-O-R-M-A-N, and while he's not pounding nails and sawing planks, he is a musician, rather accomplished musician. He has a couple of hundred songs that are available for license from BMI, and actually I got hooked up with him because he played a concert on a Friday night at the West Care Women's and Children's Campus for free, and it sounded like fun, so I went out and he let me play my bass, and so I've been going out for about 6 months with him now. Mostly the last Friday of the month, we do a volunteer concert for the Women's and Children's Campus, which is very cool. Now, here's what's really cool. Matt's been doing this for 18 years. 18 years. So I decided he should be the Citizen of the Month when it came Ward 2's time again, and we thought he'd play one of the songs he's written. He's got a little accompaniment here, and yeah, please. And so let's start with the song, and then we'll gussy you up in a Citizen of the Month plaque and stuff.
Grab your bass, Bob.
Can you hold the...
Yes, I can hold this.
Thanks, Bob. It's great having a city councilman as your bass player. First thing I asked him was, you're my bass player and you're awarding me Citizen of the Month. So how's that figure out? And he said, no bias, 18 and a half years for WestCare has been an honor and a blessing. So this is a song I wrote. Every song's a metaphor. This is a song about waking up tomorrow and being a new person, divorcing yourself from your old ideas. And it's also a groovy breakup song. It's called Another You.
Sometimes break what took a lot of years to make. Those memories won't go away. You walked out that door today. You said I do and I did too. What's become of me and you? We can't love, why do we have to fight? You don't want me anymore, then this is it. But be assured I can make it through the pain. Never holding you again. My rivers run so deep, when my heart gets broken, somehow I always make it through. I'll just take these dreams on down the road a long way, where I hope I never find another you. I've been down this road before, gave it all and then some more, and this time I've done all that I can do. My life is like an ancient tale, told time again to no avail. Pieces of my history keep coming back and haunting me. My rivers run so deep, where my heart gets broken, somehow I always make it through. I'll just take these dreams on down the road a long way. I hope I never find another you. Yeah, my rivers run so deep, where my heart gets broken, somehow I always make it through. I'll just take these dreams on down the road a long way. I hope I never find another you. Where I hope I never find another you. Where I hope I never find another you. Another you. Another you. Another, yeah, another you.
Wow.
Another you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that is Matt Dorman, one of his songs, and I was just so impressed that month after month he keeps going out there and doing this show. It's just very cool. So you are the Citizen of the Month for October of 2016. If you'll hold that for just a moment. I guess let's hear from Matt. I guess I'll hold the plaque and you hold the mic.
Okay. Oh my goodness, what it took to come here to the stage today. You so inspired me with your story. Abuse, suicide attempts, my life was horrible in the 80s. I lived through it. Things got better and better. I stuck it out. My message to people, if you are considering suicide or if your life is wrecked, hold out. It gets better. It gets this good if you hold out. And that's why I'm here, for WestCare. They inspire me. They put their lives aside. They recover. Everything stops at that point. Everyone they knew goes away and they bring new friends in, new ideas, everything. They have a chance. The children have a chance. West Care's Healthy Families Project. We have Darlene's here from West Care, Darlene Welch. Worked with her for 18 years now. This is the most wonderful thing I've ever done in my life. This is just a great honor, not only to perform for them, but now to have this award. And thank you so much. Thank you, Lord, for keeping me around for this. Thank you so much.
Customarily, we go take a picture over next to this big piece of metal. You can't see it yet. Here, let's walk out a little bit and take a look. That will be hung up today in front of City Hall, where it will stay for the next month. So you can drive by and take your picture, selfie.
Talk about creative genes. Are you awesome? The closet in my office, though, is way too small.
I know. What's up with that? We figured maybe it was where you're going to carry your guns. It's only about this wide.
No, that was Oscar.
Oh, Oscar.
No, I have to tell you, in this magnificent City Hall, the mayor's office, which is really, you should be very proud of it, because you could have dignitaries. You can have everybody in there. It's beautiful, but there's only one little tiny closet. It's a broom closet.
It's this wide. Literally, the door is that wide.
That's it. That's it.
You can never figure it out.
I couldn't either. Thank you. We're so proud of you. It's wonderful that you give back, and that is the beauty of life.
Yes.
It's for others. Wonderful. Congratulations, Matt. Oh, God. Thank you. What's your name? Who's on the drums?
Brian. This is our drummer, Brian.
Wait, Brian. Good luck mayorship for Brian. You know, you're...
What's that? Perfect. What's that?
Are you native Las Vegas?
No, I actually just moved here 3 weeks ago.
You are going to love it. Stay. Where are you from?
Oregon.
That's okay. We forgive you. Enjoy. Okay. Wow, is that awesome. Okay. For Councilman Beers, for our next item, it's my pleasure to recognize a group of city employees who've gone above and beyond what we ask people to do in our organization. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which you all know stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. These individuals build our community to make life better for us all. So today we're honoring a team of employees who were responsible for the rollout of the city's United Healthcare PPO plan. Oh my gosh, look at this human resources group. So I'd like to ask the following employees to join us. So if you'll raise your hand, I think everybody would know we only have two gentlemen. But all right, Jennifer Beasley. Okay, Tony Alapriti and Holly Jensen. Oh gosh, you got family there. Allie Mikos. Okay, Winnie Wallen. Oh, they're all here. Give them a raise. Sandy Ray. Linda McBride. Betty Owens. Did I forget anybody? Is somebody missing? Was that enough names? Okay. So, of course, we have with us our human resources manager, Vince, is going to speak first because second. So, but let me tell you a little bit more because he nominated this team. In a very short time period, this team pushed this plan out, this plan I just mentioned, that improves access to medical care for our city employees. When we all know that when you are distracted at work, you cannot give your best effort, this team has given city employees peace of mind so they can concentrate on serving the community. This team was recently honored at a special event, and Vince, I'd like you to share a few words. Do you want to go first? Okay, well, now we have the big cheese here from Human Resources. Off you go.
Thank you. My only purpose today is to thank you, the mayor and council, and Betsy Fretwell and her team for this program. It's this program that allows the people in the audience and the rest of the city to see the great work that teams do, and I'm proud that our HR team is here. And with that, I would introduce Vince Zamaro to talk about the team.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Our team is comprised of a group of individuals that have a number of years of experience and consistently meet all of our customers' needs. And I believe we have the best customers in Nevada because they're our employees and our retirees. And I think we do a very good job of taking sometimes technical and what could be confusing information for people and delivering a very concise and clear information. So I think we do a very good job of that, and we're going to continue to do a good job of that for all of our employees and for all of our retirees. So again, we want to thank you very much. We appreciate it. You support us on a regular basis, and we're just so appreciative. Thank you very much.
We are so proud of you all. We thank you so much. Hard days at work here at City Hall? Nah. This is a great place to work, yes? Look at these wonderful people smiling. How many years have you been here?
4. 3. I've just been here about 9 months.
Oh, let me introduce you to our drummer. Oh. Where are you from?
Canton, Ohio.
See, look at that. Canton's undecided in who they're voting for, right? Shall I? No, I won't do that.
10.
10.
Just under 3 months.
Where are you from?
From here.
What took you so long to come to us?
Just finally found my way here.
See, beautiful.
13.
Oh, right.
13.
Did you come together?
Just about one.
One. Where are you from?
Pittsburgh.
That's okay, too. How many years you been with us?
7, 35 in Nevada.
It's wonderful. What a team. And Vince, how many years in HR?
Total of 3.
Total of 3.
I left and came back.
You found the word and the place. That's great. Well, we congratulate you and thank you all for what you do. We're so proud of you. And for those who are here a short time, you will love it. Great. Congratulations. I think we normally give you something, but for some reason we have nothing to give you. Oh, you already got it, according to Jace. If not, call Jace Radke in PIO and complain. Okay. For our next item, is Pastor Troy here? His daughter is here, I understand. Okay, I'm going to read this as I have it, but we have the beautiful daughter of Pastor Troy Martinez with us. And so if you'll come down, join us, pretend this is her father. Okay? Wonderful. Thank you, Mona Lisa. We always count on you for your clapping. Anyway, Pastor Troy has been a great friend to this city and an amazing community partner with the Mayor's Faith Initiative. The Mayor's Faith Initiative has really developed into an outstanding group of people who are working every day to bridge gaps in our community to overcome the barriers we know that are out there. They allow the city and faith community to work together to address serious issues in our city, and Pastor Troy has been so instrumental in his work to end human trafficking in Las Vegas. And we thank him for that, and please make sure you do tell him. I'm sure, look at you, beautiful. Pastor Troy has worked so hard in this area. He's now working on the Seasons of Peace campaign with all segments of our community to bring peaceful resolution to the issues of discord and discontent that we face in relationships. I want to present Pastor Troy's daughter with this proclamation that makes today Seasons of Peace Day in the city of Las Vegas. And I know you are accustomed to public speaking. Would you speak on behalf of the day and on behalf of your father?
Thank you. Well, I don't have the mustache like my dad, but I do know that he really loves this community and he really wants to see more peace in this community. And every day he strives to build the bridge between community members, law enforcement, and governmental agencies. The Season of Peace is something that we have partnered with the agencies with to just kind of bring the awareness and to reduce homicides in our valley, and as well as the reduction of the homicides, violent shootings, gang-related shootings, and whenever there's a violent crime, as in a shooting, we go out to the hospitals and we try and interrupt the cycle of retaliatory violence. So all of those things into 1 week we put into the Season of Peace.
So we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank your father. He's at all of our meetings. We have over 300 faith leaders in our community working all the time trying to help make sure that we are promoting peace in our community. So,
thank you.
Were you born and raised here?
No, but I've been here for
18 years. Did you do high school here?
I was homeschooled.
Oh.
Yeah, I was homeschooled. I'm a little weird.
But it turned out just beautifully. Sometimes that works very well. Congratulations, and thank him for all that he does and all that you do. We're so grateful. Thanks. Oh, no, that's fine. And Councilwoman Tarkanian had some surgery on her foot, and so she's hopefully watching out there. We wish you speedy recovery. And we know you've asked Councilman Barlow to do the honors today. So if you will, on behalf of Councilwoman.
Absolutely. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, we would like to honor an event which is Fire Prevention Week, and it is time once again to bring awareness to the National Fire Prevention Week and the importance of fire safety. Each year, National Fire Prevention Week has a theme, and this year's theme is Don't Wait, Check the Date. Replace your smoke alarm every 10 years. This is the third year in a row with a smoke alarm theme, because 3 out of 5 homes have fire deaths between the years of 2009 and 2014. And so at this time, what I would like to do is ask that our fire chief, Willie McDonald, please come and stand with me, as well as the fire marshal, Bob Nolan. And let's give them a round of applause as they come. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you. Smoke alarm saves lives for multiple reasons, but one of the biggest factors is that half of all home fire deaths result from fires reported between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. when most people are asleep. One of the biggest misconceptions concerning fire safety is that many people believe they will wake up when they smell smoke. However, you cannot smell anything when you are sleeping. And so at this time, I would ask that our fire chief please share more information as it relates to Fire Prevention Week. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Barlow. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Willie McDonald. I'm the city's fire chief. I'm very proud to be a member of the city organization and Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Want to invite the community out to our fire stations this weekend. We have 6 fire stations that will have open houses. Those open houses are for the community so that we can spend time with you, talk to you about fire safety in your home and life safety in your home, provide you with information to ensure the safety and to make sure that you have an opportunity, and we have an opportunity to connect with you. We really enjoy being invested in our community, and our folks really enjoy having the opportunity to spend time with our residents. And so please join us. It's from 10 to 1. All of the state, there'll be one station in each one of our wards, and those will be posted on our website so that you'll know where to go. And again, we'd really love to have you in town. I'll have our fire marshal talk about smoke detectors. And thank you so much for recognizing Fire Prevention Week.
Good deal. And this is Fire Marshal Bob Nolan.
Thank you much for this opportunity to come up here. Those fire stations will be Station 1, 6, 44, 48, 107, and 108. They are posted on our website. and you'll be able to meet fire department personnel. Those stations will be open from 10 to 1 p.m. We'll have fire prevention staff there as well, and they'll be delivering safety messages that you can take back to your home, how to do a safety inspection, how to test your smoke alarm. And some of those safety messages are directly targeted towards our Results Vegas key performance indicators. So we're implementing those programs right away. And so we're very excited about that, to educate you about the outreach that the public has said that they would like to see from their fire department. Smoke alarms are very important. I think we've been installing them now since the mid-'70s, but no one really knew that they only lasted about 10 years. So that we're trying to get that message out. They become less reliable around year 8 and 9, and by 10 you need to recycle or get rid of those smoke alarms. So remove them, check the date. If you need assistance, call the fire prevention staff. We can come out and help assist you with that.
Fire Marshal Nolan, please explain the difference between the hardwired and the battery-operated smoke detectors in various homes here in Southern Nevada.
Well, like a lot of things that came in about through regulation, the smoke alarm requirements have changed over time. The original regulations required hardwired smoke alarms only in the hallways. And then as the codes changed, you needed to have more smoke alarms. Battery-operated smoke alarms are a viable alternative to hardwired, and you place those in the room, the bedroom, or in additional areas where you feel that there could be people sleeping. So they're a good supplement to the hardwired smoke alarms, but those hardwired smoke alarms didn't come into homes until the late 70s. So any home built in the 40s, 50s, some classic ranch-style homes would only have battery-operated smoke alarms. And of course, you can supplement your placement with a battery-operated smoke alarm. If you have a hardwired smoke alarm in your home, you do need to replace it per code with a similar type of alarm that receives its power from primary conductor wiring in the house, 110 volt. They should be on a separate circuit. But if you don't have any of those, you can use the battery-operated smoke alarms. And the new technology is a sealed power source that lasts 10 years. You buy it, and it's not even a conventional battery that you can remove. And once you install the mounting ring, you place the smoke detector in place, turn it to activate it. It makes a loud beep, and it's good for 10 years. There's a little sticker that you put on, good for 10 years. It'll start to beep after 10 years, and then take it down and replace it.
And where could one pick one up to basically install it themselves, or would they have to hire someone to come out and do that?
Anything receiving its power from primary conductor wiring should be done by a qualified handyman or a contractor. If you're a homeowner and you're very handy with that and you know where to turn the breaker off, you could probably do it safely. Smoke alarms can be obtained at most home supply centers such as Lowe's, Home Depot, Ace Hardware chains. They do sell them at Walmart, Kmart, and Target as well. But check to make sure if you have a battery. We do recommend that you replace it with a 10-year sealed battery smoke alarm so you don't have to get up there and change the battery every year. We do recommend testing it once a month, though.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you, Chief, so very much. And well, I would like to present you with this on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council. We're proclaiming today, Chief, Fire Prevention Week here in the city of Las Vegas. And thank you so very much to both you and Fire Marshal Nolan. Thank you so very much.
And one thing, viewing audience, if you aspire to go into fire and rescue, you do not have to be 6'4". You can be smaller. You do not have to wear glasses either. I saw yours. It's wonderful. Boy, do we have the best. They are known around the country. They are the best. And so one day, all of those fire things will be on our phones, our apps, I'm sure, right? So we'll know if, and you know, you learn something every day. I had no idea you don't smell when you're sleeping. Is that a fact? You can't smell. Well, carbon monoxide, of course you can't smell. Okay, I think our next item is yours. Now yours. Okay. All right, Councilman Barlow.
You have one left? Okay, well, good deal. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to recognize an outstanding event taking place in Lorenzi Park on Saturday, October 15th. The Outside Las Vegas Foundation, in partnership with the City of Las Vegas, will proudly present the 3rd annual Get Outdoors Nevada Day event. At this time, as we roll the video, I would ask that Mauricia Baca, Executive Director of Outside Las Vegas, come stand with me here at the podium, as well as Lizette Richardson from Lake Mead National Recreational Area Superintendent, Kelly Swartz, and Esther Carter from the City of Las Vegas. Please come and join me at the podium as we roll the video.
It's Southern Nevada's biggest outdoor celebration, and you're invited. The Outside Las Vegas Foundation, in partnership with the City of Las Vegas, invites you to find your park and come celebrate Get Outdoors Nevada Day on Saturday, October 15th at Lorenzi Park from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a free family fun event featuring activities and attractions for kids of all ages, from live music, kayaking, fishing, climbing, food trucks, BMX demos by Ricardo Laguna, and so much more. Get Outdoors Nevada Day, Saturday, October 15th at Lorenzi Park. See you there.
Good deal. Get Outdoors Nevada Day is a free, fun, and family-friendly event highlighting all Southern Nevada has to offer in recreational activities, education, volunteering, tourism, and local businesses. However, to make this an awesome event, many volunteers, organizations, and sponsors came together to make this event a reality. And I would like to recognize each of them today. If you are here, please stand to be recognized. Representatives from the National Park Service, Lake Mead National Recreational Area, Barrick, Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, Wells Fargo, Forever Resorts, NV Energy, Simpson Coulter Architects, Republic Services, Whiting Turner, Lee Canyon, Beasley Media Group, Land Rover Jaguar of Las Vegas, REI, Girl Scouts of Southern Nevada, Boy Scouts of Las Vegas Area Council, Southern Nevada Health District, Bass Pro Shop, Wallace Morris Client Surveying, Station Casinos, and SH Architecture. Let's give them all a round of applause for their volunteerism. I would also like to thank each of you for your donations, time, and volunteer hours to make this day a success. And now, to commemorate this event, I would like to ask that, how do you pronounce it, Mauricia? Perfect. Mauricia, to please say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. It is Outside Las Vegas Foundation's honor to be able to present this 3rd annual Get Outdoors Nevada Day. It would not be possible without our community. This year, with the partnership of City of Las Vegas being our host for the event, last year with Clark County at Sunset Park, and the previous year with City of North Las Vegas at Craig Ranch Regional Park. This could not happen without support from the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition. This year, our premier sponsor, the National Park Service, celebrating Find Your Park and the 100th centennial of the National Park Service. And without our private supporters, this is a free community event, and it could not be a free community event without our private funders that have come together in order to ensure that we can have great exhibits, fun, interactive opportunities, something to really bring our community together. I think we've heard people this morning talk about what a great community we are, and this is taking a moment to celebrate the spectacular outdoor resources that we have. And Lorenzi Park, which is one of our jewels, I would say, in the city of Las Vegas and in our region. I believe our oldest park in the region as well. So we're really particularly proud to be able to have this event at Lorenzi Park. Lizette, would you like to say?
Thank you. Again, I'd really like to thank the city for the proclamation. Celebrating our 100th anniversary has been quite the epic year, and we've appreciated the partnership, the video with the mayor in as our star, performer. That was great, and we're really making a difference for connecting to that next generation for our visitors to come out. We've got 7 million visitors here, the 5th most largest visitation here in the Park Service. So we have an opportunity to really work with the youth, work with the community, and this event, the Get Outdoors Nevada Day, couldn't be more perfect. And so we hope to see everybody out there. And again, just find your park from Vegas, and that includes not only the national parks, but all our local, federal, and city parks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, Mauricia, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby proclaim today, October 15, 2016, as Get Outdoors Nevada Day. Congratulations to you. Thank you. Thank you. And we also have, I'll give this to you, okay, Kelly, to present to those volunteers that's doing wonderful things in our community. Thank you so very much. Congratulations to you all once again. Thank you, Lizette.
All the trails. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't bring a copy of the trails map. The new one?
No, I don't have it with me right now, but
Years you've been working on that trail. You started it. Yeah, you did. No. This lady right here who's slipping off to the side was the real promoter of the trails that go around our entire southern Nevada community. She obviously is very modest. But we thank you. What a great experience. We have more miles of trails, I think, than hundreds of miles. And now, thanks to our own city marshals who have motorbikes, they are electric and gas operated. They are policing those trails and keeping them very safe. So Chief Freeman and your staff, all our city marshals, for everything you do, thank you very much. But Marisha, really, it's been a great undertaking. We're all beneficiaries, and we thank you so very much. Just appreciate it. Okay, I think now our... Okay. And now we're going to hear from Councilman Stavros Anthony, and he's got something good.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, this is the final proclamation. Today it is my honor to recognize the Office of Emergency Management. Whatever the month, whatever the risk, the Office of Emergency Management is there to work through the coordination roadblocks. Sounds like Superman. Natural disasters, terror attacks, pandemic, biological events all require coordination within the city departments throughout the county and state and in partnership with federal agencies. This year is the 30th anniversary of the creation of the Community Emergency Response Team, commonly called CERT. The City of Las Vegas Office of Emergency Management has proudly sponsored the CERT training program throughout Clark County for the last 17 years. Thousands of people in the greater Las Vegas area are better prepared as a result. And I would now like to ask our emergency manager for the City of Las Vegas, Karen Levering, would you please come to the podium and give her a nice round of applause? She's the emergency manager. Thank you. The CERT program educates people about disaster preparedness and trains them in disaster response skills such as fire safety, light search and rescue, team organization, and disaster medical operations. CERT members can assist their neighborhood or workplace following an event when professional responders are not immediately available to help. Following a major disaster, first responders who provide fire and medical services cannot always meet the increased demand for their services. Factors such as the number of victims, communication failures, road blockages can prevent people from immediately accessing emergency services through 911. More than 500 people are trained annually, and again, these are volunteers, in universal all-hazard emergency preparedness through grants from the Department of Homeland Security. This month, the Las Vegas CERT program is encouraging everyone in southern Nevada to participate in the Nevada Great Shakeout. On October 20th at 10:20 a.m., we're going to pretend that an earthquake is occurring. And participants are supposed to take protective measures as if an earthquake was occurring at that particular time. If you do this correctly, you could save a lot of lives if we do have an earthquake here in southern Nevada. At this point, I'd like to ask our emergency manager, Karen Levering, to say a few words.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to recognize critical members of our Community Emergency Response Team program. They can join us up here now as well. Our Community Emergency Response Team, as Councilman Anthony has just described, is really dedicated to ensuring that average, ordinary citizens are prepared to respond to an emergency. A lot of folks don't realize Nevada's the third most seismically active state in the nation. An earthquake in our community could cause significant damage and could overwhelm responder resources. So it's really critical that everybody take an interest in learning these special skills for themselves, for their families, for their neighbors, for their community. And again, the Nevada Great Shakeout, this is a statewide effort throughout the state of Nevada on October 20th at 10:20. We'd appreciate that people take the protective actions that you would need to take in the event of an earthquake. The actions would be to drop to the ground, cover your neck and head area to protect it, and to hold on to something stable until the shaking stops. Those are the kinds of tips and tidbits that we like people to understand, to know, to be prepared for emergencies. Our community emergency response team training program is only about a 20-hour investment of your time. It is free of charge. We're able to provide it because of the grants from the Department of Homeland Security. And you will leave that course feeling a lot better about how to protect yourselves and your families in the event of any kind of an emergency. And we have all these really credible instructors here to help provide that learning experience for you. In particular, I'd like to recognize Peter Redondo Jr. For many years of voluntary service in this program and ensuring hundreds of people are protected in our community during an emergency. That's about all from me.
That's good. So, Carolyn, on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I'd like to give you a proclamation proclaiming today the Office of Emergency Management Day in the city of Las Vegas, if you can have that. And Peter, on behalf of the 500 volunteers, these are people that just decide they want to be, somebody who helps in a natural disaster of some sort. I want to thank you and the other folks up here for, you're all instructors? Okay, great. You're one step ahead of everybody else. So I want to thank you for volunteering to be an instructor, and I want to thank all the people out there that are volunteers for certain. If anybody would like to do it, we got some great folks up here, and I would like to give you, Peter, a certificate of appreciation from the mayor and city council on behalf of all the CERT volunteers, and thank you for everything you do. And if you could just say a couple of words also. I know you're shy, but I don't care. Say something.
We just want to thank you guys. Without the community involvement in the program, we wouldn't have a program. So you're interested, check out our website, nevadacert.org, and come out, take the class so you can help it be a better city, county, and community. Thank you.
Great. nevadacert.org, nevadacert.org. Thank you very much. There's your certificate. Thank you for coming down, and thank you for protecting our community. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And again, at what time?
10:20 on 10:20.
And I was in California this past week, and there's a notification out. Their seismologists are expecting an earthquake.
They've been having swarms of earthquakes not too far from southern Nevada, and in fact, our office is in coordination statewide with Nevada and the state of California, planning an earthquake exercise jointly to be executed in November.
And how does the viewing public or anybody that's here to find out and get some instruction, where do they call or who do they email?
Well, nvcert.org is a good place to get more information.
There you go. Say it again, please.
nvcert.org. And of course, the Office of Emergency Management. We provide a lot of resources on any kind of emergency, but we are focusing on earthquakes this month and next because we have a lot of work to do to be prepared.
Thank you all very, very much. We appreciate it, Carolyn, for everything you do. She doesn't sleep. She's not allowed. So at this point now, I think that concludes. Boy, are you talented. No, shy also. I love it. Are you going to play us into our seats or something? No. Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute little recess because there's just the 5 of us today, and if you'll just hang with us. We'll be back at, I've got exactly 10:10.
first
People are
go.
probably looking at it at their house.
Well, that's
before
what
they leave.
Natasha was saying, but I'll have to look
Whoa, whoa,
at,
shh, hold on. You just hit your mic.
Okay, we're ready to roll. So we are now 10? Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute, and just for those who I can see right here, we have Mona Lisa Samuelson and Ernest Kaltenbach.
You got it.
Okay, so ladies first.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
Good morning, Council. I come this morning because there's something on the agenda with medical marijuana. And of course, as you know, medical marijuana patients are all about drumming up the business here in Las Vegas. Thank you very much. But I'm also here this morning because this month we have our Bobs having their birthdays. So it's our birthday Bob month. And this community actually has such a love for our, leaders, as you know. Because okay, let me try to say this right, because I've been sitting here hurting. And as you know, I'm a patient because of chronic pain. But let me get this right, because it's very important that I make it clear. Good leadership, okay, is something that we talk a lot about. And it's something that builds strong communities. But when you have great leadership, it inspires those communities to do good things. And that's what we have here. And I want to thank you. On this birthday, I come up to say happy birthday to this Bob and that Bob. And I got to tell you, our community, just the medical marijuana community, when they heard it was Bob's birthday, they couldn't wait to buy donuts. They bought donuts for council. They bought donuts for everybody here, too. But unfortunately, last year, when I did this, security learned that they shouldn't have donuts up on the second floor, so I didn't get to bring them out here. But I wanted to let you know that that's how the community feels towards you guys. As soon as they hear it's a birthday, they want to do something nice for Mr. Coffin, for all the good that he's brought to us. And Bob Beers has always been, whether or not you guys know it, someone who's helped me invalidate the issue that I face as a patient, that we have to have something of integrity to speak from as a patient's voice. And I want to thank Bob for that. And seeing him this morning play bass, something else we learned, another good reason to have a Bob Beers fan club. So today I am launching on his birthday, October 14th, the official Bob Beers fan club. And I brought you each a shirt. And Bob, the reason there's so many here is I brought you one for your wife, your daughter, and your mother-in-law. So happy birthday, Bob, and we have your official fan club.
How lovely, and I have to assure everybody in the audience the donuts are not laced, correct? Mona Lisa, the donuts are not laced.
No, not this time.
Okay. Thank you so much, and happy birthday to our council persons, Bobs. Okay, yes, sir. Your name, please.
Good morning,
for the
Mayor.
record.
Good morning, Councilman. Hate to bring
Your name, please.
Ernest Kaltenbach. Hate to bring the mood down after you've done some wonderful things. A year ago, you guys welcomed me to your city. I moved here from Virginia and plan to make this my home for the rest of my life. Just turned 50. I reached out to you a little less than a year ago regarding my housing situation. What had happened is during my real estate transaction, there was some illegal stuff done during the transaction. I reached out to the state real estate division, and they started the investigation. The investigation took 7 months, and I'm still yet to live in my house for non-disclosure, appraisal fraud, and I had to reach out to an attorney to protect myself, but at the same time living elsewhere. I gave you each the latest statistics from 2002 and 2015 and 2016 from the state. And it's a quarter of real estate professionals in its state, and Clark County is the most affected because we're the largest city. It's growing, and nothing's being done about their mishandling and immoral turpitude.
May I ask, where are you living right now?
I'm renting an apartment, a room from a friend right now.
In where?
On the west side, over off Wynn Road.
Off of which road, I'm
Wynn
sorry?
Road, over by the Palms.
Is that city or county? County. So what I'm trying to do, the reason I asked you normally public comments without comment, but knowing you've been on this search, Ms. Fretwell, who at the county be the appropriate person to refer him to?
Pardon me, Mayor. I would suggest that that you call 702-455-3530. That's the county manager's office, and I would request the Chief Administrative Officer, Sabra Smith, newbie, to help you.
What was the last four? 455?
3530.
3530. Yeah, because it's, I mean, the governor's involved,
Right.
Mr. Breeslow.
No, and I think if you'll do that, you need to get into the right area for the assistance that you obviously need.
Yeah.
So we thank you for coming
Okay.
here, and please call that
Okay.
number.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank
thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council people. First of all, let me say my name is Gene Collins, and I live at 1411 Virginia City Avenue. And the program that I heard this morning was excellent. And someone said that you was the greatest mayor in the country. Now, I'm going to allude to the fact that you was the greatest person before you became the greatest mayor, because what makes you the greatest person was, I can recall when you was helping with jobs and training people, because I happened to be one of those recipients a while back, that you and Oscar and everybody, so that made you the greatest person before you became the greatest mayor. And so I just wanted to say that. But I'm here on another capacity. I'm here because I got a call last night concerning the cleanup at the Moulin Rouge. And someone said that, Ms. Collins, that there has been bids let out to clean up the property, and that's exactly what we are doing. Now, since I got it last night, I didn't have a chance to talk with the councilman or anything like that, but our last conversation with the councilman at his office with the district of the city attorney, there wasn't any problems that we thought there wasn't any problems with what he asked us to do for us cleaning up the property. And so when I got a call late last night saying that there has been bids let out to clean up the property, and we are doing that as we speak, is clean up the property. So I just came down to find out exactly what is really going on with the property.
Okay, I think, Pastor Collins, if I might add, from what Councilman Barlow, I just asked him, was he aware of this? He said no. So whether that's code enforcement, or have you heard anything, where would be the proper place to find out about it? If Councilman Barlow doesn't know anything about it and this is occurring, to whom do we refer him?
Mr. Collins can call me this afternoon in my office. I don't know anything about this either, but I can call code enforcement after the morning session, and I'll be glad to get him an answer.
Brad Jerbick, call our council. Okay, call this afternoon to our council, Brad Jerbick's office. He'll find out what this was from. No, he doesn't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it.
And thank you, Mayor and the council people. That's what startled us, because in this package we have all the permits, we have everything that was asked of us to do. We have met all the requirements, and so when I got a call last night and said that there were bids going out to clean up the property, quite naturally you're going to be
well, don't stress on it. Just call Brad Jerbick and you'll be in business.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks.
The greatest mayor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just say something. Mr.
Yes,
Collins.
please.
Reverend Collins. I have to call you Reverend Collins over here. Look over here to your right. Gene. Thank you, brother. Brother Collins, we should still call you Assemblyman Collins. We came in as freshmen together 34 years ago at the Assembly, and it's nice to be alive, and I'm glad you're still preaching the gospel and doing good things out there. Thank you.
You know, it's always good to see you, the mayor, and Ross is not here, there's Tarkanian is not here, and you all are the individuals like we kind of grew up here together. And one of the reasons why we're in this building, because of Councilman Kaufman and the laws that we put on the books, the economic development and redevelopment laws. Those laws was passed when we were in office, and that's why that we're in such a great setting. And so it gives me always great pleasure when I see you, because I can think about the great works that we did, that we tried to do. Even the flood control bill was passed up one of our tulips. And so it's always good to see your works, and you see that individuals like such as you all that's carrying it out, and not only carrying it out, but look where we have come from where we started. And it's all because of people like you all that's on the dais. And so thank you again.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I'm going to close this portion. We'll move on to agenda item 11. For possible action, any items that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items. Item number 43, a review of suitability of an applicant to approve or deny a temporary tavern license, CJOG Operating Company, 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Councilman Coffin has asked this be obeyed till...
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you right there because there's an update to this. I'm going to ask Brad Jervik, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could get Mr. Brown to come to the podium real quick. We discussed this item before the meeting, Your Honor. This is going to be quite a lengthy presentation. You've all received the confidential report from Metro, and I prepared the books to hand out this morning. Unfortunately, we have two council members that are absent today, and as a result of their absence, we're going to probably have to put this back on again in 2 weeks anyway, so I don't see a problem with holding it for 2 weeks. However, there were a number of concerns in the confidential report by Metro. We've asked Mr. Brown on behalf of his client if they'd be willing to shut down the second floor of the Olympic Garden between now and 2 weeks from now before the hearing. And my understanding is they have agreed to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Mark Rubenstein, who is also representing the applicant. And we would stipulate by 5 p.m. This evening that second floor will be closed until we have our next council meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if you will add that, I don't know since it's a request for an abeyance, but
that's just a condition of the abeyance, Your Honor.
Okay, so the abeyance is till October 19th with that condition that was just added. So that's item 43, and then item 45, First Amendment to the agreement with communities and schools of Nevada to provide wraparound services and link at-risk students to community resources. Staff has asked that be stricken, and that will be my motion.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 43 and 45, and 43 with the conditions you've just heard. And if you will please vote on those and please post. And those carry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item 12. Agenda items 12 through 35 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the departments. They may be enacted in one motion. Note a correction is required for agenda item 20, as the funding source should be reflected as the Parks and Leisure Capital Project Fund. Also note, for the record, should reflect my abstention on item number 26 because it pertains to medical marijuana-related business, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any other items the council wishes to bring forward?
Mayor, item number 25, our city manager would like to make a disclosure.
Mayor and members of the council, pursuant to a memo of record that we have to our staff, I have had no involvement in the development of this agreement between the city and the Animal Foundation. I just wanted to make that disclosure.
Thank you very much. That is so noted. Anything else down there? No? Down here, Councilman? Did you want to pull anything forward?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we are cleared. So please.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 35 with the notes on the disclosures and other comments.
Okay, there's a motion requested. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item number 36. Presentation by the Office of Communications staff on the city's brand and standard guides. This is all wards, and Mr. Riggleman is there.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. For the record, I'm David Riggleman, Communications Director for the City of Las Vegas. We are here this morning to unveil publicly for the first time the city's first ever logo and brand guide. For years, in its history, the only emblem the city has really used to represent itself has been the city seal. The latest version, which is up behind you there, was developed about 40 years ago, so that's not even the original seal of the City of Las Vegas. Back when Oscar Goodman was mayor, there was some thought, well, maybe this one had seen its time. We have Hoover Dam on it, which isn't in the city. We have a plane that appears to be flying through a building. That was disturbing to some after 9/11. And so the thought was, well, maybe it's time to replace this seal as well. We looked into that. It was going to be very expensive to do that. We were heading into the recession, and I think the thought was we had other things to worry about rather than the seal at that time. So about a year and a half ago, with direction from the city manager's office, the thought was, well, maybe what we'll do is what other entities have done. We'll keep our seal, but we'll add a logo. City of Reno has done that. And quite honestly, the county for many years has had an official seal as well as a logo. So we looked into doing the same thing. And I guess that really begs the question right up front, why do you need a seal in the first place? What's the advantage of having a logo, versus the city seal? Well, first and foremost, it's simply clarity. A logo is identifiable immediately. When you see Coca-Cola, when you see Apple computers, when you see Ford Motor, you know exactly what those logos represent. So that's what we wanted to do, is to create some of that clarity, because the issue with a seal, they're all round. All of them sometimes will have similar characteristics. We have a Joshua tree on our logo, on our seal. The county has a Joshua tree on theirs. So sometimes at first glance, is it county or is it city that you're looking at? A clear logo clears all that up. It's unique to our organization. It's immediately identifiable. It's consistent. And that's what our brand guide that we'll show you today also will help us get to. A brand guide is simply like a style guide we used back in school when we were writing term papers. We had to use a certain style to present the information. And a brand guide that we've created is basically that. It's so that we're consistent every time we show the new logo and the city's brand. And it'll help us with our community outreach because it'll be consistent. People will say, that city that we're talking about. Consistency hasn't been really one of our long suits to date. All of these images really are reflective of things that go on within the city. Now, we that work here can look at this and say, oh, well, this is this department or this division within that department, and we can identify it immediately. But for the public, this can be very confusing. They see all these images and wonder, well, is this part of the city or is it part of something else? Especially when you have organizations like the City of Las Vegas Housing Authority, the Las Vegas Clark County Library District. Are they part of us or are they not? And then when we have so many different images out there, it sometimes can be very confusing, especially oftentimes people don't even know what jurisdiction they live in, let alone who they're trying to contact when we have so many different images out there. So the thought was, let's move forward with something that would be an identifiable logo that would be unique to us. So we started with an exercise that we did with the city manager's office, and they identified some words that should be reflective of that brand. The words they came back with were iconic, progressive, exciting, and community. Very similar to what we hear in our organizational health going on within the organization. And the creative direction was modern, fresh, and exciting. Well, Mayor, as you've always said, without data, you're just another person with an opinion, right? So we knew that once we had this information, we probably ought to move ahead and figure out if we were on target with how we were, with the direction that we were headed. So about a year ago, we did some market research that would help us identify whether or not what we were contemplating was going to resonate with the public or not. So Applied Analysis, Jeremy Aguero's firm, did a survey for us. It was a cross-section of all the wards. It focused on our city priorities to create effective marketing messages, and it helped us do some brand sampling. We could test some words and phrases and see how they would resonate with the public. The news was good on that because, for example, one of the questions we asked was, if the City of Las Vegas were a business, which of the following words do you think best describes its image or brand? And the two that bubbled to the top were progressive and iconic, two of the words that the city manager's team had identified. So that was good. We knew that we were on target with the direction that we were headed. So what came next? Well, if you're going to create a brand, the first thing you need to have is the logo itself. So we started the process of creating the first ever logo for this 111-year-old organization. What we did is we asked our very talented in-house artists, all 4 of them, to come up with some concepts. We asked also 3 local graphic designers in the community to also help us come up with some concepts. Between our 4 artists and the 3 outside graphic designers, we came up with about 20 different concepts altogether. So we knew we had to narrow that down. Obviously, we could only pick one. So we assembled a team of marketing experts. It was Don Christensen from MGM, Vince Alberta from UNLV, and Danielle Bisterfeld from Howard Hughes Corporation. Of course, Don and Vince also years of experience with the LVCVA, the Convention and Visitors Authority. They helped us narrow the 20 submittals down to 4. Then we met with our employee marketing committee and said, what do you think? The response was, yeah, we could live with any one of these 4. They're all good. Did the same thing with you council members. Here are the 4. What do you think? The message was, yeah, they're all good, with the understanding, let's let the public decide on which one is the winner. So once again, we did a survey with applied analysis, and they helped us narrow it down. Now, these were the final 4 that were selected by our marketing experts from the 20 or so submittals that we had. And from here, this is the one that the public selected. Drum roll, here is the new city logo. Yay! And I'm very pleased to tell you, Mayor, that the artist who created this design is with us today. Her name is Victoria Hart. She's with Pink Kitty Creative. And Victoria is right here in the front row. Victoria, come on up here so that everybody can see you. This is her design, and this is the one that was selected. Now, the interesting thing was we then needed to pick a color for this. And while Victoria's design was the easy selection for people, what was really the surprise was the color. Now, the color there is magenta. It's not exactly pink. It's magenta. And this is how the voting came down. Same survey. Magenta was the overall winner. Almost half the people selected it versus blue or green that came in 3rd place. So based on that, it helped Victoria then arrange the rest of the colors in the stars, and that's basically how we got to the color of it. Some of the response, this is what people said. These were the bigger the word, the greater the response, but some of the things we heard from the public was the color was fun, it was vibrant, classy, glamorous, and it really spoke to Las Vegas. And I think, Mayor, what we saw clearly in this survey and what we saw when we surveyed about the website is that people wanted us to embrace what makes Las Vegas, Las Vegas. I thought they'd select blue, but far from it. They went with a different color altogether. And that was really the feedback we got on the web, too. So from there, it was time to create a brand guide. And again, a brand guide is just a way to be consistent with your logo, so that when you see it, it's not going to be done in a way that's going to dilute that brand. From here on out, we're not going to get rid of the seal. The seal and the logo will work together. And part of this whole process will be that the guide will help us figure out when to use one versus when to use the other. Now, even though we've only had one city seal for the last 40 years, believe it or not, Mayor and council members, we've had about a dozen different variations of that. It's been stretched, it's been twisted, it's been colored different ways. And so obviously what we want to do is not only be consistent with our new logo, but with our seal. So we're going to use the official city seal that the clerk's office has indicated, the one you saw in the previous slide. That is the official seal, like the one behind you, Mayor. And we'll try to be consistent. And this is what the brand guide will help us get to. So that we won't stretch the logo, we won't stretch the seal, we won't put it over kind of a crazy zebra-looking background or anything like that. It also identifies the fonts and colors to use that will complement the logo. It's magenta. You probably wouldn't want to put that on a red shirt. Wouldn't look very well. So this will help us just be consistent every time it appears out there. This is what every corporation does. They set up a brand standard guide, so that when you see Coca-Cola, you see Ford out there, it's always represented in a consistent manner. This will give you an idea of how it would appear in stationery, on business cards. on vehicles. And I should say this, Mayor, we're not going to go out and just repaint the entire fleet. We're not going to go out and just start ripping everything off and replacing everything forthwith. The idea will be, as we get new vehicles, as the fleet changes out, as we replace shirts, as we replace our employee badges, that's when we'll make the change. So it'll be a gradual change over time, not something that we're going to try to do a sweeping change overnight. Again, this is how it would be displayed on vehicles, perhaps our fire trucks, rescues in the future. Here at work, employee badges, again, how it would appear on shirts, signage in the community, give you an idea. And again, we're not going to go replace the signs that are out there now, but as we put in new signs, you'll see the logo become a lot more prominent. And Mayor, as part of the kickoff today, not only do we have Victoria here, but we also have a giant sheet cake just outside in the lobby with the huge logo on it. So we want to let people enjoy a piece of Las Vegas cake and history with the new logo. I also have to tell you, Mayor, that even though today is the official unveiling, we actually gave everybody a sneak peek of the new logo at Life is Beautiful. We had little faux tattoos made up at our booth. Robert Summerfield is in the audience. He and his team passed these out, and we also had a showgirl there who they were doing some body painting on. But the new logo was a big hit, and with your indulgence, we have a little 30-second video. It's literally that long. If I could show it to you, Mayor, we'll go ahead and you'll see the reaction of the people at Life is Beautiful. As you can see, people wanted to have the new logo, even if it was just going to be a temporary tattoo. So, Mayor, this will really wrap up our presentation this morning. I want to thank a few people. Really, believe it or not, Mayor, a friend of yours, Hillary Shively from City of Reno, they were very helpful in helping us establish our brand guide because they have been down this road about a year or two ahead of us, which was very helpful. We could learn from what they did and what they probably should have done differently. Of course, we want to thank Victoria again for her design. She's made history here for Las Vegas. We're very proud that she submitted the design that she did. Fess Foley Warren Public Relations was a huge help to us. Of course, applied analysis with the surveys that we did. I want to thank again Don Christensen, Vince Alberta, and Danielle Bisterfeld, our team of experts that helped us so very much on this. Internally, our marketing committee, Kelly Schwartz, Esther Renke, Christy Garnis, and June Johns were instrumental in making this happen. Of course, my team over here, led by Diana Paul, Jace Radke, of course, he's always immersed in every project like this. Our artists, led by Sherm Sheftal and Michael Campbell, they were huge players in the development of the standard guide. Of course, Rita Schoonmacher and Margaret DeClerc, our other artists, huge parts of making all this come together. And last but not least, of course, Erin Sebelius. Erin we stole from Fess Foley Warren, brought her in here for her marketing expertise, and this was the project that we dumped in her lap, and she's really run with it. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
We have some questions, Councilman Nance.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the slide of the close?
Sure, absolutely. Jeff, if you could bring that up, if you don't mind. We'll circle back to it. See, we're going this way. No problem, Councilman. There they are. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, I can see this being very popular, this clothing. So my question is, and I've really never thought of this, can we sell stuff like this to the public with the seal on it and, have the money designated for parks or something like that? Can we do that today?
It's things that we've contemplated, Councilman, because some cities like New York, they have shops set up where they sell their logo, their brand, and then you've got people wearing it all over the world.
We should do that. We should have an apparel store and have all kinds of mugs and everything and sell this stuff.
And license plate holders.
What's that?
License plate holders.
All kinds of stuff, especially that, because I know tourists are going to want to buy it. People are going to want to wear this when they go out of town, because everybody wants to talk to somebody from Las Vegas. So We need to
probably should
pursue
run
that.
it
It's
through-
great thinking, Councilman. Other cities have done it, and it's been a huge thing for them. Plus,
We need to
it's
run it through legal.
it's advertising. People are actually paying you so that they can then go out and advertise your
So,
brand for you.
are we going to do it?
You know what, Councilman, that's is on the radar, and it's just a matter of, we'll get with Betsy and we'll figure out the
And it
next
needs to go
step.
through legal to see if. we can
Absolutely,
do it.
absolutely, and how we're going to brand all that, market all that stuff too, so. we're
And
ready to set up.
Councilman Coffin.
Hi, I'm not an expert on advertising, so I want to make sure that we don't have a blend and maybe cause confusion about Las Vegas, because one of the things Las Vegas is known for, and it seems as if everybody is adopting the logo of the sign out there at the entrance to the Strip, and we use it regularly, and I hope we don't abandon that. I mean, that's kind of nice. That's on our license plate, and it spurs license plate sales.
Councilman,
Which
that is
give us
not
a lot.
going away. That represents the valley as a whole. Clearly, what we've designed here is really something unique to the city itself.
Right, I
within the
just
city limits.
think it's important to know if we're going to be in competition with ourselves, or at least brand to brand.
It's a good question, and we asked that question with the LVCVA. Victoria's design is somewhat reminiscent of the design that the LVCVA has used over the years. And they were very comfortable with what we had come up with. We had met with them number of times over there, and they were very comfortable with what we had come up with. We also, what took so long to get this ready to unveil today, even though, as you know, the selection was made several weeks ago, even several months ago, was that we had it trademarked. This is one of the mistakes that some of the other communities out there, they'll come up with a wonderful logo, they don't get it trademarked, and now everybody's using it, and you sort of lose control of it. So we had ours trademarked, and that's one of the processes that we went through. And so now it's unique to us, clearly, and we can protect it.
But I think your comment's well taken,
Yeah, well-
because Las Vegas is known worldwide. And everybody who lives on the border that has an address, Las Vegas, thinks they're part of us as well.
Yeah,
So,
and we have a
you know,
logo in
yeah.
a sense that we didn't actually understand would become our logo. It just became that
Well,
way.
and the LVCVA just changed their identification from a script in pink to a block. And so, but theirs says Las Vegas as well. So it's just, but you did a beautiful job, Victoria.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank
great
you, ma'am.
talent, and the colors, and the public chose beautiful colors for sure. So very exciting, but I do think if you ask, the main thing is, of course, our city manager and input, but legal, that can we sell? I think that's really a great concept, and license plate holders and et cetera.
Look into that, Mayor. Other cities are doing it. I don't know
Good
exactly how
source
they
of
do it or
income,
how they
right.
how they organized it, but
Yeah,
certainly others are
great.
doing it.
Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
you. You're not wearing it.
I know.
Why?
No, I didn't.
I thought you'd
I just
be
got my
front
t-shirt
and
today.
back. Great.
So everybody
Thank
enjoy
you.
some cake with the logo. It's just outside
Great.
Chambers.
you.
Thanks,
Great.
Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are now on to agenda item number 37, report by city staff and discussion for possible action regarding the future use of Cashman Center, including general site usage, professional football, soccer, baseball, sports, mixed-use development opportunities, infrastructure needs, ingress, egress, and infrastructure and site development costs, all wards. And we have the whole team.
Good morning, Mayor. Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. This is going to be a team presentation this morning, and as I introduce it, I'll show you the points where we'll have Jorge Cervantes and Bill Arndt engage with you as well on it. I have to apologize. I think I mentioned you in briefing yesterday that we didn't have all the final graphics done till actually 6 p.m. yesterday evening for today's presentation, so we are passing out a full copy of today's presentation for you to have along with what we'll be actually making to you verbally today. What we're going to do is present a lot of the same information that our team presented, the city team presented to Sands and Raiders executives. It's actually been weeks ago now that we really made a pitch for why Cashman is the best place to build an NFL stadium and all the things it can do at Cashman and why Cashman is the best site. We're going to go a little bit further, though, today. We've done a little bit more work since then. You're going to see that in the presentation today, that we've actually done a number of studies, both architecturally and from a traffic modeling standpoint, that show you even more reasons why we believe that Cashman is the definitive location for an NFL stadium. Next slide. I don't have a, there it is. Looking for the pointer here. All right, we're good. So what we're going to walk through today, I'm going to start by kind of walking you through all the different options that we believe Cashman has a potential for. We're going to look at two options for NFL and MLS development of the site. We're going to touch briefly on the potential for having both Major League Soccer and AAA baseball on site, and then we'll also talk about Major League Soccer all by itself on the site. As we walk through these options, you're going to see it's more than just a sports facility. That the potential on this site is mixed use and spin-off development that's actually quite exciting. In fact, I will tell you, you cannot do what we're proposing on our site, on any of the sites that currently being studied that were looked at by the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee. This is a much more exciting site when you start to crawl through the site and really examine its potential at its fullest. We'll get into site access. We're going to turn over the presentation to Jorge, and then we'll stop the presentation. We'll walk through some computer modeling, and then Jorge will turn it back to Bill Arndt, and Bill will finish up to look at what some of the support requirements are going to need to be to make any of these happen on the site, and then he's going to walk us briefly through the timeline, high-level timeline of when we think these things will happen, and we're going to need to make them happen in order for something to happen on Cashman. First of all, the first option is really an NFL stadium and Major League Soccer on the site. And this really incorporates two facilities along with supporting mixed-use development and improved corridor and access. But before I get into that, we really want to kind of point out and recap some of the points that we've made about Cashman that we believe make it superior and the place to build this stadium. We really believe that if $750 million of hotel tax dollars are going into this project, that it needs to be in the lowest cost location and the location that provides the greatest return on public investment to those taxpayer dollars. So we can point out that on our site is up to $250 million lower in cost than any of the sites being looked at near the Strip.
Is that a definitive?
Well, I'll get to that in a minute.
End, but is it low end, high end?
It's fairly conservative, although it really depends on what is paid for in land costs. And I'll show you the breakdown of this here in a minute and kind of peel away the layers on that. One contention is that the infrastructure is already in place to support a stadium. We have a stadium on that site right now, and we have a convention center on the site. So we already have ways to get in and out, and there's a lot of on-site utility infrastructure that doesn't have to be rebuilt. We have better access. Jorge's going to point this out. We have 4 existing interchanges to I-15 and US 95. We have much lower on-site infrastructure costs. So you've got 2 elements of infrastructure: the stuff on site and the stuff you need to put in place to get to the site. All of that's in place. And we have better parking and traffic distribution. We've made the point, and you'll see in some of these sketches, that while we can park a lot of cars on site, we have over 40,000 parking spaces downtown, many of which are within a reasonable walking distance of the site or can be easily shuttled to the site. And we pointed out that even if you don't stay downtown and went to a game on the Cashman site at an NFL facility, and let's say you stayed at the Strip, and we think 95% of everybody who would go to the games based on room count right now in the region would probably stay there. It's a very short distance and quick ride or shuttle distance to the site. In fact, I'll point out that a couple of weeks ago, we had 2 of the Raiders executives in town, and we had them here for Life is Beautiful. And we met them downtown on a Friday evening, and they come trotting up to the Ma Museum, and I said, well, how did you get downtown? And I thought they Ubered downtown. They actually tested the ability of getting downtown from the Strip. They stayed at the Venetian, they jumped on the double-decker bus, they got downtown in 8 minutes on the first evening of Life is Beautiful. They were very impressed at the ability to get from the heart of the Strip to downtown. So we have a better parking and traffic distribution
What day of the
model.
week was that?
Pardon me?
That was a Friday?
That was our Friday night. Probably as peak traffic as you're going to get.
Excellent.
And so the other thing that we want to point out here is in the SNTIC proposal, that proposal includes a line item of $375 million for land and infrastructure. So remember that number as we go through here, as I point out the breakdown in costs. This is that cost analysis that we've done. The top part of this shows what we believe to be the savings of a lower cost at Cashman versus those other sites. The one exception to that is we could put a tourism infrastructure district around the stadium, capture some of the retail sales, and plot back into, say, a bond into the project. But the others are what we believe are actual cost savings. They haven't made a decision on the site yet. The site could cost as much as $150 million, depending on where they select along the Strip. That's where that number comes from. We believe the off-site major transportation work they're going to have to put into any of those sites to get people in and out of that site will be at least $50 million. That's probably very conservative. And then when you look at on-site infrastructure, and we've got a pretty good handle on this because we've been, as you know, building on-site infrastructure at Symphony Park, so we have a pretty recent idea of what it's going to cost to build out a site of this size. A lot of that's already in place, as I've said, at Cashman. They're looking at bare land sites where all that infrastructure's got to be built brand new on site. So we think there's at least a $30 million savings to do that. And then finally, we have a lot of parking already in place. Their bare land sites, they're going to have to build a lot of new parking, and that's going to cost a lot of money. We think that's at least $30 million as well. So the bottom line is $272 million at a fairly conservative estimate, and again, it's really dependent on what they pay for land. But even if they paid considerably less for land, we think our site is $150 million less in cost than any of the sites they're looking at on the Strip. And that's an ultra-conservative view of the differences. Then when you get into the spin-off developments, we've looked at taking typical deal structures that we've done in downtown with various types of development, the kinds of incentives we can make available to the developers of the project that you can do in the city that you can't do out in any of the sites in the county because they simply don't have those tools available to them. So we've really presented a bottom line savings to the project that's considerably greater than what they're looking at on the Strip. So let me walk you through some of the things that we're doing. We've had RTKL, who, as you know, recently completed our downtown master plan, take the work that they did in the Cashman district and apply to it what we think is an appropriate development program for an NFL facility, a Major League Soccer stadium, and attendant spin-off development. So what you're looking at here is the Cashman site with a vision for the NFL facility as they propose it, an MLS soccer facility, an entertainment district, a hotel, parking, and then a fully revitalized Las Vegas Boulevard corridor from the 515 all the way up to the site. So you would have a much greater experience, walking from downtown up to the Cashman site. And the pedestrian would come up Cashman, come to the intersection of a new intersection just south of Reed Whipple of a new light rail system that would come up Maryland, intersect with the site and move west, come back downtown. You'd come in and walk through an entertainment district, which is at the upper level of the site. And the thing that's pretty neat about our site is it's 2 levels. As you all know, there's a fault that runs through it. So our architects have actually played with that fault to show how you create a greater and more exciting fan experience.
Did you save the fort in this plan?
Absolutely.
Where is it?
We told them that's sacred, do not touch the Mormon fort. That's in the northwest corner of the site.
Okay,
but you
thank you.
meander through this entertainment district, step down from that higher level to the lower level. You'd enter a celebration plaza, which is at the front door of the 2 stadia, where you have more restaurants, a stage, and the latest trend in facilities like this is to have essentially a party or celebration plaza where you have concerts and a lot of fun before and after the game. So this is option 1. This is a sketch of that option looking to the northeast from the Las Vegas Boulevard, which shows how we can fully realize the potential build out of this site. We have an 18-story boutique hotel, the district, a parking structure. In the far distance beyond the stadium is a surface parking lot. One of the key requirements that the Raiders told us they needed was a very large surface parking lot for tailgating. Tailgating is a very important part of the NFL experience. You got to get the RVs, the pickup trucks, and everything into the site for tailgating. We've got 1,000+ tailgating parking lot. Another sketch view of it, looking from the other direction towards downtown, that really gives you a sense of just how short of a distance it is between the site and the core of downtown. And then this is the development program that they put together. This is 1.5 million square feet of development that we have the potential to build out that entire site to, and the spin-off site, where it developed in a manner that we believe is the vision that they've contemplated for this project. At 1.5 million square feet, we're looking at probably in the vicinity of $1 billion economic impact. We are working as we speak on an economic impact analysis of what this would do to the economy. But I will tell you, this is at a minimum $500 million of private investment spinning off from the stadium. But when you take all of this together, it's a very major investment and a big economic impact to the community. The next option is, should we, let's say we don't get the NFL stadium and there's another option there, we could get the NFL practice facility. A number of cities have been very successful in using practice facilities as part of a bigger project to generate spin-off development and more excitement for the community. So in this case, we're looking at an NFL training facility and its headquarters. It would take about 20 acres of the site with indoor and outdoor fields, an MLS stadium, and again, more supporting mixed-use development. But what you'll see in this alternative, this one's a little different. We've moved the soccer stadium to the center of the site so that it focuses on a smaller celebration plaza that's at the foot of a slightly smaller entertainment district, because you don't have the full big stadium there. And then as you see to the right-hand side of this sketch, you see an indoor practice facility with 3 outdoor fields surrounded by office and training space. This becomes a very exciting proposal for the community, because you've got a soccer facility, an indoor NFL training facility, and 3 outdoor fields. And those 3 outdoor fields could be flexibly used by either football or soccer. So you could have major soccer events on the site, or you could have major football events, you could have community events. So there's a lot of different ways this site could be used, still retaining a lot of the spin-off development that could happen on that site. At the north end of the site, along Washington, you see some office buildings. There's even the potential to bring in academic uses on this site, to partner with UNLV and others to take advantage of the fact that this could become a major training center for soccer and NFL football, not just regionally, but possibly even nationally. And this is a massing diagram of how that second option would look in terms of having both the practice and the MLS stadium facility on site. Similar densities, similar build-out, a little bit different use from an NFL standpoint. Development program is about the same size, and the reason is that we think there's an opportunity for more spin-off development through that office and related development that makes it more of a business center tied to the sports and entertainment that happens on the site. Another option is looking at the site as it is for both MLS and AAA baseball. As you may know, there's been interest expressed in the community by USL Pro Soccer. There's an opportunity to possibly look at joint use of the existing AAA park by both USL Pro and AAA baseball. Should we engage an MLS ownership group in the near term? They want to get into a site sooner, and MLS puts us back on the expansion list. If you can see from this photograph, there's a great deal of land available through surface parking that we could actually build an MLS stadium on outside the existing complex and replace parking through structured parking so that you could have the existing AAA park and an MLS stadium working together in the short run, happening sooner rather than later. So there's a couple different options that could be played here for sports facilities, which include using the existing facility or building a new facility on parking outside. And then finally, there's an option which is MLS only. In fact, this is the concept that you've already approved in the vision for the downtown master plan for the Cashman district. This is the actual graphic taken right out of the downtown master plan where we're showing an MLS stadium-centric mixed-use development where you have housing, retail, a number of uses incorporated around a soccer stadium, driven by the sports and the attendance and the desire of people to live near a complex like that. This concept really pervades all of the alternatives I've discussed, even the prior run where you might have MLS and AAA. You could have mixed-use development worked into all of these concepts. We have enough land with the site itself and all the land that we've assembled nearby. So at this point, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Jorge Cervantes, who will walk you through some of the site access issues and some of the modeling that he's done.
Thank you, Scott. For the record, Jorge Cervantes.
May I interrupt? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I like option 2, I guess, because it's realistic. It is something within our reach, and it's something our ambitions can achieve, I think, as opposed to reaching way, way out there in the hopes of getting something not only that probably won't come, but also that you can't afford. And so this seems to be scaled more for the city, and of course the whole valley, but really, I and Councilman Beers, we took a tour through the building, extensive tour with, let's see, Ted was with us. We saw the old bones. They're solid, and you know, it's disturbing when I still hear people say, well, the sewage doesn't work, or the sewage backs up. It did for a little while, and then I see all the new plumbing in there. That can't happen, and yet those ideas get floated by people, promoted primarily by people who want to move the team away from downtown. I mean, those are the only people with a real financial interest in knocking down the condition of Cashman Field. And it is strong, solid, and it's only 33 years old, and I think the fact is that we've got a lot of room for improving even what we have, and the cost is a lot less. And so I'm just hoping that, you know, we look upon some combination usage, and you don't have to shoot for the stars to achieve a good orbit here with this one. Also, again, I think we should keep in mind on multi-use, and I think that we'll have success, regardless of the access issues and the other thing. All those things are universal, but choosing what to do with the site is the key. So multi-use, definitely, in my opinion. And no reason why you can't have, frankly, 3 uses, at least. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director of Community Development. In order for a sports venue such as this to be successful, irrelevant of the uses, you got to have the proper roadway network and infrastructure in place to be able to support it, get access to it, particularly a facility like this that draws regional access. And so some of the key elements that lend to that include proximity to the major interstate system, as you will get traffic from all over the valley and even out of state coming to it. You got to have parking both on and off side, and that parking's got to be in close proximity so that people would walk to the side. You've got to be able to accommodate alternate modes of transportation. People are going to use shuttles, buses, our downtown circulator, Uber, and so you've got to be able to support all that. And you've got to have pedestrian connectivity and a comfortable experience for folks to want to walk there. When we look at the Cashman side, it's really adjacent to two major interstates, both Interstate 15 and Interstate 515, also known as US 95. And within those two interstates, you've got 4 major interchanges that are within a 1-mile radius of the site, 2 along Interstate 15 and 2 on 515 that exist today. In addition, there's an interchange that is being built as part of Project Neon off of I-15 called Neon Gateway, just south of the site, that would also provide access. And there's 2 more interchanges that are in different planning phases going through the environmental clearance process. One that would be off of City Parkway at US 95, and one that would be off of Maryland Parkway. The reason the Maryland Parkway is important is because that provides a back access to use Maryland to come into the site. And so you got to have the ability not only to get people there, but also to disperse them as the event starts and the event finishes. As we were looking at our site to see if it was feasible for an NFL stadium, we hired the firm of CH2M to look at the site and compare it to some of the other sites as far as transportation attributes to see how it ranked and see if it was feasible. Some of the attributes that we thought were important was regional access, the parking availability, connectivity. And you can see from this graph that the Cashman site actually ranked higher than all the other sites for the same reason that Scott pointed out earlier, that it's got the ability to really handle the demand, it's got the infrastructure in place, and creates cost savings for whoever just developed the site.
Mr. Cervantes, I don't mean to interrupt you, but is this CM2's chart, or is it ours?
No, it's CH2. That we hired them to look at our site in particular, but also how does it rank against the other ones to see if our site was viable as a site for this type of facility.
Can we annotate that at the bottom of the slide somewhere, that it really was an independent consultant, not this isn't ours, we didn't do it? So, I mean, I think it validates the information.
We certainly can, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem, Mayor. And so what I'd like to do next is show a couple of video animations that kind of highlight some of the access points that are available. So if you roll the first video.
Just prior before the video, Mayor.
Please.
If we can go back, I think the mayor points out something very significant here, because it does give the appearance as though this is something that the city of Las Vegas created. And so CHM2?
CH2M is
CH2M.
an engineering consulting firm. And the reason we selected them, Councilman, is they've been in this community many years. A lot of the work that's been done on Interstate 15 over the years, they've been a lead in design. So we wanted someone with that familiarity with the interstate system, the highway system, that would know what the challenges are for each side. If you look at some of the sites, there's some interchanges in the south that may need to be reconstructed to provide the capacity for them. So we wanted someone that had sufficient knowledge of the site and had worked on the interstate system in the past to really be able to compare our site to others.
And so when I look at item number 7, the potential stadium site, which reflects all of the various locations 1 through 7, and I see dots that are, or I should say pies, that have some are fully blackened and others are cut out. Can you explain on at least level 7 what each represents in the scheme of things so that we can understand it better?
Certainly, Councilman. So this is what we call our consumer report chart, if you will. Consumer report, when they do analysis of evaluation of products, they rank them by quartiles. Full circle meaning it's got the highest ranking, a quarter quartile meaning it's got a lower ranking. And so again, some of the key elements that they looked at was just the proximity to interstate systems is the first column, the opening year capacity or ability to handle traffic. Some of these facilities that are being looked at, as you know, the Raiders want to be able to open in 2019, and some of these facilities or locations are going to require major highway construction that could take multiple years. It may be 2022, 2023 before those improvements can be in place. So what locations have the improvements in place today that can handle the traffic demand on game day? Some of the other stuff looked at again as public transit options, pedestrian connectivity, the ability of parking, the ability of having experience there. So those are the type of criteria that we asked them to look at, more transportation related and access related of our site versus other potential sites. So we'll look at the first video, and the first video really is showing the advantage of Cashman as far as getting access there. You can see on here, Interstate 15 is running east-west. So folks that are coming from the north part of the valley would come down I-15 and get off on Washington, or they could go down to US 95 and use Las Vegas Boulevard and Bonanza to come in, but they could also come in off of Lake Mead, and so that's how folks from the north would come. Folks that are coming from the south, from the Strip, or from California would come up I-15 and could get on 95 and use Las Vegas Boulevard and Maryland to come in, or they can continue on I-15 and use the Washington interchange to come in. Folks coming from the north, from US 95 north, from Summerlin, the northwest part of the valley, similarly would use 95 and get off on Las Vegas Boulevard, or they could use I-15 and come in off of Washington. And then folks that are coming from the southern part, the eastern part of the valley, either Henderson would use 95 and get off either on Las Vegas Boulevard, or they could get off on the eastern interchange and use Maryland Parkway or Las Vegas Boulevard to come in.
Where's Boulder? Can you go back to that one? Where's Boulder Highway in relation to that last, the Henderson access?
I'm sorry, Mayor?
The Boulder Highway access? Is that too far away?
Well, it is, Mayor. I mean, you could get off of I-15 at the Boulder exit and then come in off of Fremont. Then you'd use Las Vegas Boulevard to come up. So it's certainly another option to come in.
Okay.
This next video we're going to show is going to give you a glimpse of a project that we've actually been working on for a couple of years. We've been working on Las Vegas Boulevard from US 95 up to Washington, actually up to Owens, to do a roadway improvement. And this next video will show what those improvements are and how it really increases that pedestrian experience. So if we could roll the second video. The project we've been working on, Mayor, is to really grab Las Vegas Boulevard and to widen it from the existing 4 to 6 lanes, create a very wide landscape median to create a gateway entry coming into the Cashman site. It also includes grabbing the 5 feet sidewalk that's there today and widening it to 15 to 20 feet with trees along the side to provide shade so that folks walking to the site would have a better experience. It creates the ability for, as Scott mentioned, some spin-off development on the adjacent parcels. Here you can see folks coming from the downtown area walking to the site through a landscaped area that provides shade. But you can see the opportunity on the site for outside restaurants or other type of venues that would support the sporting venue.
Beautiful.
One of the advantages that we have, Mayor, today is the ability to get people that would park on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard over to the east side, because we have a pedestrian bridge already in place that would make it safe for pedestrians to cross. So again, taking advantage of all the surrounding parking that exists today.
What did you say was the current traffic load at the Spaghetti Bowl?
It's about 300,000 vehicles a day, both on 95 and I-15.
Every day? And that will change or not change as Project Neon completes?
Project Neon is going to add capacity to that, and certainly we project that as the valley continues to grow, traffic demand along that corridor is going to grow. So Project Neon is really addressing those future demands, providing the capacity that's going to be needed not only now but in the future. And here's just what the experience would be as someone driving up the corridor, again, noticing the wider sidewalk for the pedestrian experience, the ability to come in off the entrance to the south, or continue north to Washington and use those several entrances to come in.
Not an automated vehicle, huh? You got the hands there. Or are they phony hands? Beautiful. Are you making a presentation at the legislature with this beautiful thing? On call? You're on call.
Yes, we're on call.
On call will travel. Good.
And so Bill Lar will finish the presentation with some of the supporting requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge.
Excuse me, Bill, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
That is not actually a slight matter. We should still, and I think it's going to start next week, I think we should have a table or two there with exhibits showing this. And this is not a futile attempt to do what the kingmakers want to do out there, but rather to show the other thing, because nobody really knew what was going on with the SNTIC. They couldn't see it. The legislators weren't paying all that much attention.
Not a great idea.
You know, so we should send a team up with the visuals and have them there.
Got an idea.
Yeah, in the foyer at the Legislative Council Bureau, and ask to be answering questions and to show stuff. It's very interesting to all the legislators.
And I'm wondering, can we put this, if I may piggyback on that, if we're allowed by the legislature to have a table or whatever, can we put a presentation such as what you're doing now on a thumb drive? So that legislators could pick it, I don't know if it's legal to do that, that legislative, but put this on a thumb drive, exactly this whole presentation, and make enough that we have everybody covered?
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
I think you could also just put it on the city's website and send a link out, and they could download it, and because they all have state-provided laptops up there.
You don't think they'd like their own personal one to stick into their...
It may actually
get
be
it to 'em.
better to take what we're putting out on KCLV Channel 2 right now.
Okay,
So that we
whatever.
would actually just take this snippet of this presentation
But I
with
like
the
your idea.
presenters and create a link
Well, the
so that
key-
people can see it as presented. Because, you all have asked several questions to clarify some of the slides that have been presented. So it may be helpful to actually have the presentation downloaded instead of just the supporting documentation.
But the reason I really think Councilman Coffin's suggestion that gets their attention, if in fact their mind's on other things, that wait a minute, the city really has something to say, and because we're getting so much other information, having a presence there with the table and everything, and some boards or whatever, I think it's a great idea to cause them then to go up on the website and take a look.
Your Honor.
Please.
And it would work if it was not looked upon as some sort of last-ditch effort to undercut the proposal, which has the horsepower to move forward. We don't have the horsepower. But I think they really, the City of Las Vegas delegation would be particularly proud to see what we had done and how what it did do was open the eyes of the public and a lot of outside investors to what the city has to offer and to capitalize on existing assets. And all of that is important because it now raises our visibility. So we don't need to be running down the choice or the governor's ideas at this point, whatever is going to be presented. We should fit in harmoniously.
Well, and two, to add to that, knowing and not knowing what the result's going to be, but should the project fail at the legislative level, it does not preclude other investors and developers seeing this and saying, wait a minute, this isn't dead yet. I want to come in and I want to get a hold of this. So, I mean, I think it's fabulous. Please, not to interrupt you, but I think that's a great idea.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, for the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. Picking up on where Scott and Jorge left off, I'm just going to close with two items. The support requirements, how do we make any one of these visions happen, whether it's option 1, option 2, or option 3? I think Scott did a great job painting the vision that we really believe all three are viable options. And there are other groups at the table working on both professional football, NFL, professional soccer. We've had multiple parties express an interest of varying degrees of interest with different leagues on having professional soccer in Las Vegas and in downtown. And then, of course, we have the existing baseball franchise. So how does this all fit together, and what are our next steps? First, as you know, we finished a transfer agreement with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. That is complete, and we have active discussions now with the executive team at the LVCVA to implement that agreement, including the actual transfer of the property from the LVCVA to the city. The timing of that and how that works depends on what happens with the baseball team in the baseball stadium. As everyone knows, the current owner of the 51s has expressed a desire to move into unincorporated Clark County, and to implement that vision, they've estimated that the cost of that project would be $60 million. There is a lot of discussion ongoing about how that would work, who would be putting up that money, public and private, for that facility, but there is a desire from the team to relocate. The current lease with the team runs through the end of 2022, so the default position is the team stays, and as Scott indicated, we'd work with the team and the team owner through the end of the lease, making sure that Cashman is a home for the baseball. But if the NFL does decide to pick this location for the stadium or for the practice facilities, either one of those uses is large enough that it would essentially require the baseball team to move. And so we'd work together with the baseball club as well as with the NFL team owner and the legislation coming out of the special session, if that's approved, to try to make that happen and move the baseball. So creating space for NFL is important. Creating space for soccer is important, and we have continuing interest from the highest U.S. league for soccer, which is Major League Soccer. And we can fit a Major League Soccer stadium, as Scott indicated in the vision, with leaving baseball in place or moving the baseball stadium. And so making sure we plan for soccer moving forward. We have had multiple parties contact us, but the evolution of soccer in this country continues to evolve, and the ownership interest around the country continues to evolve. So we want to be proactive in picking the right partnership group to partner with for soccer. We have had parties contact us directly. We know of other parties out there throughout the country that have interest in owning a professional franchise. When we went through this the last time looking at professional soccer, we used the services of a wonderful consultant, David Abrams, who's now with the preeminent group in the country for soccer globally, which is Inner Circle Sports out of New York City. And if the desire is to move forward with professional soccer, we believe we need some additional help to package a deal for soccer at Cashman. And there are two pieces there. We're not asking for a decision or funding support today, but the two basic pieces are doing a marketing effort if one of the existing groups we're talking to doesn't work out, trying to attract a new ownership group and spending some funds there, and then working with a team owner and negotiating a deal structure takes time and it takes money to structure the right deal, protect the city's interest in that deal, and that would require some funds as well. So you see there our initial thinking on how that process could work. We'd have to negotiate a deal with the ownership group. And then finally, if soccer does move forward or the option one or option two move forward, that would require demolishing either the current convention center or the current baseball stadium or both. We have a rough estimate there of what that expense might look like, which would ready the site, the entire Cashman site and the surrounding acreage for executing any one of these three visions. Timeline, as you know, this special session, the governor has indicated that there's a window, and I know he's working on trying to find a time that fits with the legislature and is sensitive to religious holidays that are upcoming. So that is coming. The transfer agreement, we have the transfer agreement with the LVCVA done, but if there's any expenditure of funds from the LVCVA or the city, that would require board approval, of course. We have had some great discussions with the LVCVA to have their help on managing at a minimum the baseball stadium portion of the campus. So if there isn't a need and a requirement to accommodate the NFL to immediately move forward with demolishing the baseball stadium, the LVCVA has expressed an interest and willingness to run the baseball stadium on behalf of the city even after the property transfers. And as Councilman Coffin alluded to, the LVCVA has been doing a great job of managing the playing facility for the baseball club, and we'd look to have them continue to do that. The relocation decision, the team ownership of the Raiders as well as the Adelson family and Sands and Majestic have indicated that there's a desire to try to get a decision from the league by as early as January. A league decision requires a supermajority defined as 24 of the 32 team owners have to approve a relocation of the franchise from Oakland to Las Vegas. And of course, the funding package has to be acceptable to the Sands and the Raiders as well. But we think the timing is imminent, and that's why we've been working aggressively to think through what the right vision is for Cashman. The Raiders site agreement, if they chose Cashman for the NFL facility or the playing fields or both, we would look to move forward quickly with an agreement for that. The 51's relocation, if it's triggered by needing that acreage and needing to move the 51's, we would look to do that by the second quarter. And then the MLS ownership group or a professional soccer ownership group, we look to have that identified and have a basic structure in place by second quarter of 17. So to close and to wrap up, why Cashman? I think you've heard a compelling vision of why Cashman makes sense for professional sports. It's been home to professional sports in Las Vegas for over 3 decades. Our community knows it, they understand it, they know how to get there. As Jorge indicated, the infrastructure is in place today. We don't need additional infrastructure from State Public Works or others. The infrastructure is there today. We also have the plan to beautify Las Vegas Boulevard to make the game day experience a wonderful experience. There's great access to parking. We, as Scott indicated, can easily fit 3,000 to 4,000 parking spaces on site. In addition, we have 24,000 parking spaces in downtown today. Those are being used by a lot of different parties, but there's not a 100% utilization rate. So if folks are not staying on the South Strip or the resort corridor outside of downtown and they want to come downtown for a game, there are parking spaces, and that makes getting in and out of the Cashman a lot easier, we believe, than any of the other sites being considered. Scott did a great job articulating the cost. We think there's a value proposition on cost and timing. We can be ready for the NFL stadium, the practice facilities, and we are positioning the site to support professional soccer. With that, I'll be glad to open up to any questions that the council may have.
Your Honor,
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
I'm sure that Councilman Barlow will have plenty to say because it is ward directly. Let me just say again and I'm not going to repeat myself, on the issue of people knocking Cashman and the site. They also knock the environs. So let's say we have a bad sewer over there. Well, that's been fixed. We have very small, inadequate locker rooms for any sport, for visitors or home people, or even for a practice facility. In fact, some of the practice has to be done outside in the heat in the day. So we know what money needs to be spent, and we also know we've got space with that convention center. It's kind of, let's frankly, it's a low-rent convention center, and by that I don't mean the derogatory way. I mean that the kind of organizations that rent our space can also rent them in hotels very easily and for not very much money. So there's that thing. We've got the space, and I think for a relatively minimal amount of money after going through there again. Secondly, I've lived here since 1951. Okay, that's not impressive, 65 years. But we've had professional baseball since World War II, not just since the 30 years, 33 years, the Stars, and the, what do they call them now, the 51s. We've had pro baseball since the 40s, and it is the place for baseball. It is the place, it is where, Center City is where teams like to go. And that's the only knock on the Russell Road and the Valley High side is, frankly, people want to go downtown. And league officials like a downtown. So we have a real crossroads here, don't we? Because one of the things that's not listed on the support requirements and the infrastructure is the other knock on our facility. The other knock, besides the infrastructure problems, is the neighborhood. And we have shot ourselves in the foot with having all the homeless facilities and all of the vagrants hanging around downtown right in that area. And if we don't make a commitment to spend money even before a decision is made on this stuff, we don't make a commitment to clean it up and to provide assistance for the people that need it, we will not get any help, because people vision that really quickly. That everybody who's been downtown, they know that north of Bonanza, it just looks like hell. And, you get to North Las Vegas and it looks about just as bad. So it's not in our support requirements, but it's a very big deal, because if you can't clean that up before, we will not be seriously considered, because people will think, well, they just want to continue doing what they're doing, and that's the only place they can do it. And gee, I'm not going to put my office building there. I'm not going to have a condo or an apartment, and I'm sure as hell not going to bring my kid walking all the way from Fremont Street to see the game. So that's not in our presentation, and I'm all for spending whatever we have to do to fix that problem, because that'll clear the way for all our other solutions and our options.
Well, I can assure you that our neighborhood services and the city in different areas and our nonprofit partners are working very hard on that area and coming up with new concepts to do exactly what you're talking about. And at some point, it will be coming back here, and it possibly then will be asking for funding at the right time with everything. But I think your points have been so well taken. The presentation is great. One thing I think, and based on what Councilman Coffin said about the sewer being fixed, the PR, we or the LVCVA have not had good public output about the fact that the facility, that part of the facility is fixed. And so they continue, the media continues to harp on the fact that the sewer isn't fixed. It is fixed, and I know that. And whether that's something we should be doing and it should be coming out of the city, or whether that, because of the MOU and the finalization of that, or do we just ask, and I would ask you as a group or our city manager to give the LVCVA a real boost and say, you know, you really got to market the fact that this is really, it's fixed up. It's not talking about the adequacy of the facility and being contemporary for use as other AAA stadium facilities are. But I think we need to get some marketing out there. They don't know it, and of course, whatever comes out of the 51 saying that the sewer's broken and it smells, that's not true. And we really need to get the word out to the media. So, Betsy, if you'll make sure of that. But I really think that we need to continue to go forward on this. I think you've gotten some ideas today for this special meeting of the legislature to have some type of visual presence there, so it brings the thought to the legislature members as they're going into this special session. But to me, to move forward with the stadium, all three areas, to continue to work on that and to ensure that we really have a presence moving forward, because whatever the decision is there, we are still alive. And I think staff needs to continue to explore and work on it. Also work with Howard Hughes to talk about the relocation, their positive involvement with us. And then, of course, to continue on with Major League Soccer conversations too there. I mean, this is a moving target all the time, and we have to be ready what's going to happen after the special session one way or another. And so I don't know. The one thing that's missing that I think out of all of this, except in one of the slides, was a mention of UNLV. And I think because having sat on the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee all these many months, well over a year, the presence of UNLV and how when we were working on the soccer stadium originally, they had a national team that had won, and the soccer team wants to go. So can we bring something somewhere in with our, you know, and especially with the connectivity of the light rail going by UNLV?
Mayor, I think that was in the discussion of option 2. I think if you locate a soccer stadium along with the practice facility, and you saw those outdoor fields, and you have the headquarters of the NFL there, you would probably, and you had an MLS team, you'd probably have the headquarters of the MLS team there as well. You have an incredible opportunity for sports medicine, physical therapy, a number of disciplines that UNLV and the new medical school is engaged in, will be engaged in, and we could create a center for that type of activity that's probably unparalleled in the U.S.
I think if you can somehow, even with a small indication, get that on, because the constant or the recurring commentary at those meetings was always with the president talking about Jessup and former president or interim president Don Snyder talking about the importance of UNLV's interactivity with whatever's going wherever. So I think wherever you carry that, it should be a piece of this. And so also to continue on the conversation, is this just a report that we say keep going on, and or what do you want us to do with this? Is this a motion?
This is posted for action if you want to. So if you wanted to take your direction that you just put on the record and make it in the form of a motion, you could do that. If there are certain things you want us to pursue, just listening to the dialogue, we can certainly do that as well. You know, it's really the council's call. I mean, we hear you.
But what are we adopting? Because the fact this is an amorphous blob at this point, because we don't know what the legislature is going to do and whether it's going to be Vision 1, Vision 2, Vision 3, or something else coming down the road.
If you were so inclined, Mayor, you would just basically be giving city staff direction as a unified council to say, we'd like to continue to pursue locating the NFL facilities, whether it's stadium or practice facility at Cashman, that you would like for us to continue discussions with MLS to try and get on the expansion list, that you want us to work with UNLV on a partnership, and that you want us to work with Howard Hughes regarding the relocation of the baseball team to downtown Summerlin or wherever it's going to be to clear the way for those future developments. If you wanted to do that, you could vote on that today, tell us that, and we're going to run to try and get it done.
Go forward and multiply.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilman.
Mr. Adams and Mr. Arndt and Mr. Cervantes, very good presentation. When we talk about Cashman Field is a very significant parcel, not only in the city of Las Vegas and downtown, but in Ward 5 in particular. And we've always were excited to have sports activity at this site. And to see that this site is continuing to be looked at by the city and city staff in relation to keeping this significant asset in play with conversation, whether it be the maintenance of the 51s currently who's housed there, or the future and the vision of what we're looking to potentially acquire, whether it be the Raiders or MLS. And so I for sure am one that is looking forward to you all and providing direction to continue to run these various concepts up to Flagpole and see what we can acquire in the process of these discussions. I know that the governor has currently called a special session on this coming Monday, which the entire state will be paying very closely attention to. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of it. And so for that, in the process, my motion today would be for you to continue to work towards a stadium at the site, working with the Raiders, as well as seeing if in fact a practice facility could come out of it, to include MLS, and most importantly to me is UNLV, working with UNLV to see how in fact we can strike something depending on what comes out of the legislature as it relates to this opportunity before us. One thing that I don't want to move too fast on is actually tossing the 51s out of the site. I believe that we have an opportunity to still massage that and see if there's additional conversations to be had as it relates to seeing how in fact they could even potentially be a part of the future reuse of the site as well. And so that actually would be my motion, and to keep working with Howard Hughes in that conversation.
Your Honor, I'm going to support this motion. I just wanted to ask the Mayor if it would be all right to include a commitment from us because about cleaning up the homeless corridor, because we can't get to first base if we don't do something there and do it quick. And I know there was some discussion today about stuff going on, and there's discussions and this and that, but you know what, the public doesn't know that, and I'm not sure that whatever we're talking about is really adequate. I don't know until it gets all aired, and if we don't have special attention to that, whether we are looking for stadiums or not, we'll never get people to even look or think about it. all they'll see is the graveyard and then the North Las Vegas city limits. So I really feel like we have to make sure that we've included that and not leave it off the radar. It should be right on top with everything else. Ambitions cost money.
And I totally agree with the councilman. But Councilman, just so that you know that there are subsequent conversations and through neighborhood services that is a plan all within itself in relation to the cleanup. And so what I want to do is continue to run both of these items as it relates to the homeless as well as this development on two separate tracks, because they're all moving in the same direction. So what I don't want to do is murky up the two conversations. But you are absolutely correct. And so I'll maintain my motion as it stands as we continue to work with Steve Harson and his entire team as it relates to a plan that we have moving forward that has come before the council on a couple of occasions. So that'll be my motion at this time.
Okay, is there anything that is needing some clarity, Ms. Fretwell?
Just one quick thing. I know that Councilman Barlow included that he didn't really want to pursue the relocation of the 51s. In order to pursue option 1 and option 2 fully, we're going to have to relocate baseball. And I think it would be very helpful to be able to have that conversation with Howard Hughes now and the team ownership, so that if for some reason we are a part of the conversation and we are going to benefit from the location of NFL facilities, they will definitely have to move. And I'd hate for that to get in the way of our ability to try and facilitate an overall revamp of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I
No,
think,
I did mention that.
wait one second.
Yes, I did mention that in my motion.
He did mention the continuing
The
conversation
continuing
with
conversation with
Howard
Howard
Hughes.
Hughes.
But maybe not specific to the
The
relocation.
instruction was not to try and relocate them in your motion, and so I'm just saying we can't, this is one of the hardest things for a city manager to have to do, but sometimes you guys will have these conversations, and then at the end you say, yeah, do everything that everybody just said, but in doing everything everybody just said, they're actually in conflict. So I just wanted to point out that if you leave that as a part of your motion, that will be very difficult for us to actually pursue option 1, 2, and possibly 3, meaning the MLS only stadium.
Let me be very specific in relation to my feelings towards the 51s. I would like to see the 51s remain as a part of the further discussions in relation to the stadium, working with the Raiders to include MLS. If in fact a part of that package is for the 51s to move, that can be a part of the global perspective. But as far as the 51s moving without any key components to basically come after that, that is, what I'm trying to avoid is a dark development located at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Washington. I don't want to create that. And so if it's a part of the moving pieces of the overall business model of what we're trying to accomplish, that's fine. That's why I'm saying let's continue to keep all lines of communication open to see how, in fact, we can align something to replace what's proposed or what's being requested to move out. We clear?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so there is a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. So, Ms. Fretwell, you will get back to us, let us know what you're doing over the next week or so that's going to happen up in Carson?
Yes, and it's
With
my
the-
understanding that the governor just announced that the special session will start on Monday.
The 10th?
Yes, the 10th.
Okay. So who's going up?
Mayor, we're really not posted for that, so we'll double back
Okay.
and brief you all.
All right, so we will now move on to agenda item, and that carried, by the way. 38, discussion for possible action regarding an interlocal agreement for inmate housing between the cities of North Las Vegas and Las Vegas. This is in reference.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. First of all, look at that lovely logo. I'm pleased to be here in front of you today to go over this interlocal agreement with the City of North Las Vegas. And the reason why I'm so happy to be here today is this has been a long journey. We started approximately 9 months ago working with the City of North Las Vegas for an interlocal agreement to provide jail services to their city at our great city. That said, I would like to recognize just Ryan Juden from the City of North Las Vegas. He's present. But I'd also like to thank their city manager, Dr. Lou, Ryan, Darren Adair, and their team. On our side, of course, it wouldn't be possible without Betsy, Mark, Terry, and Chief Freeman and her team. And of course, our partners, the corrections officers, we work with I think they're familiar with the agreement. So I also like to thank the corrections officers. They do a fantastic job each and every single day at our facility. That said, I will get started. As you know, we currently have an agreement with City of North Las Vegas. It's an interlocal agreement. We provide housing for their female inmates, and we also rent a unit or lease a unit for them that is manned by North Las Vegas corrections officers. The new agreement before you today, it will replace that agreement. That agreement expires in July of 2017. The new agreement that will be before you for your consideration, that is before your consideration, will go in effect on April 1st. Like I mentioned before, we've been working long and hard for this for almost 9 months. As a matter of fact, we've been working up to this last Monday. There are some changes to the agreements that Terry Ponatello will read into the record to make sure that it's adequate, and the difference between the one that was posted and the one that's currently that you'll be voting on. The purpose of the agreement is basically we will be the jail services for the City of North Las Vegas. We will provide complete detention services to their inmates. Agreement is for 10 years with an option to renew for an additional 5 years. The first 5 years, we will have a 2% adjustment per year annually on the anniversary date. And the final 5 years, it will be a 3% adjustment per year for the final 5 years. We agreed to house a maximum of 315 inmates. However, if they need additional room and we have capacity to meet their accommodations, we will do that. City of North Las Vegas be responsible for providing transportation for all court hearings within their judicial system. City of Las Vegas will be responsible for all other transportation needs. As you may be aware, the Clark County Detention Center had an agreement with Lincoln County to provide up to 95 beds in Lincoln County for their inmates. That agreement expires on October 31st. City of North Las Vegas and Lincoln County have been under discussion where the City of North Las Vegas will be able to house up to 95 inmates at their facility. This agreement will be strictly between the City of North Las Vegas and Lincoln County. The city will have no involvement in that agreement whatsoever. However, part of the agreement that was managed on Monday was to make sure that we have a floor to make sure the City of Las Vegas receives revenue to cover the cost of housing the inmates for North Las Vegas. And you will see later on, North Las Vegas agreed to have a minimum of 60 inmates at our facility at all times. So on the agreement, you'll notice there are 2 tiers, there are 2 tables. The first table assumes that that North Las Vegas and Lincoln County are not able to come to an agreement. So we house 100% of the inmates for North Las Vegas. What this means for the City of Las Vegas is that we'll be receiving a revenue about $7.9 million as a minimum threshold and a maximum revenue of $12.4 million. The second table you will see assumes that Lincoln County and North Las Vegas are able to come to some form of agreement. What this means for the City of Las Vegas, our minimum revenue would be $3.8 million. Revenue would be the minimum and a maximum of $15.2 million. Right now, we currently house about 172 inmates for the last 6 months on average for the City of North Las Vegas. So based on that number, we realize about a $6.4 million revenue based on our current inmate standings for North Las Vegas. This is table number 1. This is where we do not have, where North Las Vegas is not successful with entering into an agreement with Lincoln County. You'll notice on the left, the number of inmates, level of inmates goes from 100 to 315. On the right, you'll see the average daily price going from 218 to 108. And this is just basically economies of scale. The more people, we have the same outfits, so same staffing levels, so we're able to house more. Second one is Table 2. This is if North Las Vegas and Lincoln County do come to an agreement. You'll notice the same levels, 100 to 315. The difference will be on the average daily price. You'll notice at 220, it stays at 132 and it continues to 132 to the 315 population. So we charge them a higher fee per inmate from that point on. As part of our, in order to house North Las Vegas and take on that additional responsibility, we will have to hire additional 16 corrections officers. A lot of this is contingent upon their ability to enter into agreement with Lincoln County. Staffing levels will be determined by Chief Freeman and her staff. So that said, we'll work that out. 6 FTEs will be required for inmate classification and transportation. Again, this will be determined by Chief Freeman and her staff on her needs to make sure that we're providing security for our inmates and that we protect against any lawsuits. In addition, City Manager Betsy Fretwell and Dr. Liu agreed to do a provisional letter of transfer, a lateral transfer of 33 corrections officers from a maximum from North Las Vegas to the City of Las Vegas. The lateral transfers will be contingent upon them meeting minimum requirements as defined as NAC 289.1010 and other requirements as determined by Chief Freeman. In short, this is a great agreement for both cities. It allows the City of Las Vegas to generate revenue. We have the capacity in our jail. We have the expertise from our professional corrections officers, and it allows the City of North Las Vegas to save money. But mostly, this is a perfect example how two cities can work together to save money for our taxpayers in the most efficient and effective way without it's just a more efficient and effective way. So it's a win-win for the city, for the taxpayers, and an example of how two cities can work together for the improvement of services we provide our community. If you have any questions, I'm available. If not, I'm going to turn it over to Terry so she can read the amendments into the agreement.
I missed, and we have a question here as well. What is the date certain that we will know what the agreement between North Las Vegas and Lincoln is?
I do not know that. We have Ryan Juden. He's present. He might be able to address that question. But they're working right now with Lincoln County, and I'm not sure where they're at in their negotiations.
Because I would like, and I'm sure council would too, like to know that final decision as to how it affects us, and thank you.
Mayor, good afternoon. Our mayor would like to,
Your
first
name,
of all,
sorry.
Ryan Juden for the record, for City of North Las Vegas, Assistant City Manager. Mayor Lee wants to express his love and admiration for you guys. He called me this morning when I was heading to another meeting and said, make sure you tell them that I appreciate the work that he's done with many of you guys individually. He's thankful for Councilman Kaufman's constant support of North Las Vegas. As far as Lincoln County, we're still currently working with Lincoln County. They meet as a county commission the first and third Monday of every month. So our goal is to try and get it before them, the agreement. The agreement's not a terribly difficult agreement because it's similar to the agreement that existed with Clark County and Lincoln County. There's just some changes of some of the business terms of the agreement.
And you'll do all transportation. We have nothing. The city of Las Vegas does no transport or anything should your contract renew. Correct?
Mayor Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager, that is correct. The transportation from Lincoln County, from Las Vegas to Lincoln County would be strictly on Lincoln County and the agreement they would enter with the North Las Vegas.
Okay, thank you. If you wouldn't mind staying, and thank
Yes,
you
ma'am.
so much. Please extend our best to your wonderful mayor. Yes, Councilman, please.
Yeah, this question is for Chief Freeman. I'm in support of the agreement. I'm going to vote for it. I know there's going to be a lot of moving parts as this agreement moves forward with COs coming on board from North Las Vegas and inmates and moving people around. I just want to hear from you. I know we talk about the taxpayers and saving money, but I just wanted to hear from you that the safety of the corrections officers are absolutely paramount here when it comes to moving these folks around and making sure that the number of inmates that are there are being safely handled by the corrections officers. So just talk about that for a minute, just to get it on a record.
Absolutely. Michelle Freeman, Department of Public Safety Chief. Thank you for that, on this opportunity. Absolutely. There would be nothing less than the safety for our corrections officers and for the people that are in custody and for anybody else that's in our jail. So that's what we always look at before anything and everything, the health and the safety of the people that we're looking after and all of our people that we're responsible for. So as far as staffing goes, we're not going to change anything that we have been doing. We're going to continue the way that we've been doing things. We're going to use the same staffing model. We're going to use the same staffing plan. We're going to make sure that accordingly, based on the amount of inmates that are in there, we'll have the housing up to speed with what we need to have in the staffing. And like I said, we've been doing this business for a while. We've had federal prisoners, we had INS, we've had county, so we've been doing this for a long time. There is no difference. We know the business and we know when we need to, we treat everybody the same. Nobody should be any different. We shouldn't be treating inmates differently based on what they're presently in for, because many people have very long records and their criminal history could be felonious even if they're in for a misdemeanor. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And are we absorbing, I'm sorry, in the 16 additional officers, corrections officers, any from North Las Vegas?
Mayor,
And how is that selection made?
Mayor, Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. Currently, right now, we have about 40 vacancies in our corrections, so we're trying to fill that within Academy. We will offer lateral transfers to as many as 33 officers from North Las Vegas as long as they meet the criteria. Our Human Resources Department will work with North Las Vegas and their employees to make sure that everything's followed. Chief Freeman and her team, of course, will evaluate, making sure that they meet the needs and the desires that she requires for her corrections officers, keep the professionalism that is currently there and make sure that it's maintained.
Thank you. So, I mean, there will be opportunity for North Las Vegas Corrections to come over and join.
Correct.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman
If
Coffin.
I could just say to Ryan, now Mayor Lee knows that there are serious difficulties trying to locate prison or / jail facilities in rural counties. We've had terrible times over the state the last 30 years trying to find staff that would actually live there. Because the demographics of the area frequently are absolutely counter to the kind of demographics that our corrections officers have. And, you know, I think that maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll work, but it's very hard to get people to work up there who have to be able to maybe be bilingual, maybe have similar racial characteristics, because that is a very short supply in rural Nevada. And, you know, communication between the COs and the inmates is everything, because, you know, COs, no matter how many are just sort of watching the circus go by. And if you can't solve that, which I don't think you will, you could perhaps take into consideration who you send up there so that you won't have a workforce shortage. It's too long to commute. No, it's just you're going to have people that love rural Nevada, and they're just different than this urban area. So maybe, you know, you have to consider that or it'll fail.
Yes, sir. Ryan Juden for the record. It's a great comment. One of the things to understand is currently Clark County has an agreement with Lincoln County, and they're sending 95 prisoners up there. So they're ending that contract, and then we're filling in. So they're same staffing levels that take care of it. The Clark County agreement now will just be taking care of the city of North Las Vegas's post-sentence inmates. Assuming no one has any issues with the pink logo on their uniforms, then we shouldn't have a problem. I joked with Betsy that might be a 8th Amendment issue with cruel and unusual, but we'll get around it.
Oh, rural Nevada welcomes
yeah, I'm sure they love
prisoners,
the
because
logo.
there's a lot of jobs they could do. They've always put them to work out there on the roads and things, so there's plenty of that. Anyway, it's a thought. But if they're, you know, going to occupy that essentially the county facility, what town is it in again, or township?
What's that town?
Is it above?
Pioche, yeah.
It's Pioche. Well, that's pretty far away. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, anyway, it's, as you say, it's not my problem. Thank you.
Mayor?
And data, if I just might add to that, data shows, all research shows that pink is calming.
Sure. Mayor?
Yes, please, Mr.
Orlando Sanchez. Again, the way the agreement is written, either way, we're good to go. If they enter an agreement with Lincoln County or not, or if they do not, they just have to give us 30 days and notice, and we're ready to go either way.
Right.
The staffing level will be contingent, and that's where Chief Freeman and her team would have to go out there and evaluate what her needs are to make sure that we're providing, like Councilman Anthony's concerned about making sure that we have adequate staffing.
And the report from Ms. Ponticello, do we need to hear that?
Yes, you do, but I think Chief Freeman wants to add something real quick, a little shout out to the North Las Vegas Corrections officers.
So first, thank you again, Chief Freeman from Department of Public Safety. I just really wanted to take an opportunity. I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't, first of all, thank my corrections officers. I can't even tell you what goes in every single day and how much work they do. And, you know, it's one of those jobs that they're behind closed doors and people don't see them, but they expect the job to get done. And these people do a phenomenal job, and the reason we're successful and this community is successful is because of them. So from the bottom of my heart, I mean, I just want everyone to know and to publicly recognize them and appreciate them. I couldn't express in words how grateful I am towards them. Additionally, I also know that we've been working in partnership with North Las Vegas, and I do appreciate the North Las Vegas chief and all of the staff that we've been working with for the last several years. I know that it's been a challenge because we have two families that are blended in one household, and that's always a challenge. But the North Las Vegas employees that have been there, they've gone through so much, and I really do extend my appreciation and gratitude to them as well, because they've really been doing a tremendous job with so many different challenges that have been going on in their worlds. And of course, I want them to know that if we can take them on as our own, that's what our goal is to do, because we don't want anybody out of employment. We want to make sure that if we can, we would love to have them with us as well, after, of course, going through our standards. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ponticello, your turn.
Okay, Terry Ponticello, Assistant City Attorney. As Orlando Sanchez has mentioned, these are the last-minute changes that were made all the way up until Monday of this past week. Most of these changes are covered in the presentation that Mr. Sanchez gave you, but I get the wonderful task of actually reading these changes into the record. So I'd like to submit to the city clerk the red line changes, and I'm going to read the changes that were made from the document that was submitted to you and the one that we are asking for approval. So, Section 2.9 of the agreement, the addition of the following sentence. Additionally, if a Lincoln County agreement is in effect, North Las Vegas and Lincoln County will need to arrange for inmate transportation between Lincoln County and Las Vegas, semicolon, the city of Las Vegas will not be responsible to transport those inmates. Section 5, subsection A, the second sentence shall be deleted. The deleted sentence says the applicable average daily inmate level will include up to 95 inmates, but North Las Vegas houses at the the Lincoln County Jail, and for that consideration, the average daily price will be affixed at $132 for all inmates in excess of 220 in accordance to the following table. The following few sentences have now been inserted. Additionally, North Las Vegas wishes to pursue a separate agreement with Lincoln County to house post-sentencing inmates. The Lincoln County Jail capacity is a minimum of 70 and a maximum of 95 inmates. In order to accommodate this possible agreement, both North Las Vegas and Lincoln County, a separate North Las Vegas inmate fee table is provided in subsection 2. North Las Vegas shall provide 30 days notice if it enters into or terminates a Lincoln County agreement. The determination of which table to use for billing purposes will be based on these Lincoln County notices. Subsection 1, for any month that North Las Vegas has no Lincoln County agreement, the following North Las Vegas inmate fees shall be applicable. And the table that is referring to is the one that Mr. Sanchez showed you, that there would be no Lincoln County agreement. A new subsection 2, for any month that North Las Vegas has a Lincoln County agreement, the following North Las Vegas inmate fees shall be applicable. The Lincoln County inmate population will be combined with the Las Vegas population, and accounted for in accordance with subsection 5C below. And in consideration of including the Lincoln County inmate population, North Las Vegas agrees to establish a minimum average daily inmate population of 60 inmates in the Las Vegas jail, as well as a floor average daily price of $132. A new table that Mr. Sanchez showed you with the Lincoln County agreement, where North Las Vegas inmate fee at 100, the average daily price is $218. As it increased up to $220, the average daily price is $132, and as the population increased to 315, the average daily price stayed at $132. Just a few more. A new subsection 4. When calculating the daily fees, Las Vegas shall count the first day of custody, but not the last day of custody. Las Vegas shall provide North Las Vegas monthly reports to verify the daily fees within 10 business days after the end of the month. In the event a Lincoln County agreement is in effect, North Las Vegas shall provide the related Lincoln County statistics and billings as documentation within 10 business days after the month end to enable the combined population calculation, reconciliation, and billing. And finally, in Section 5C, the second sentence, just a minor edit. Las Vegas shall provide North Las Vegas monthly reports to verify the daily fees within 10 business days after the end of the month. And the following sentence was deleted. Lincoln County Jail shall be accounted for similarly, and North Las Vegas shall provide the related Lincoln County statistics and billings as documentation. And with your indulgence, we ask for your approval.
Thank you very
With
much.
the changes.
Appreciate that. Anything else to add?
Mayor, no, that's it
Okay.
for the presentation.
Comments, questions?
Yes, Mayor. You may have covered this, but if you can, collective bargaining, how does this work out in relation to the collective bargaining units for North Las Vegas as well as the City of Las Vegas as well as post-certification?
Mayor, City Council, Mayor, through you.
Yes, please.
My understanding is basically North Las Vegas, we will offer the lateral transfer to the City of Las Vegas. If they accept the lateral transfer, they will move over. If not, I'm not sure exactly what North Las Vegas will do with their corrections officers. Internally, for our process, we have the right to hire employees as we need them. So we will do the lateral transfer, and we'll just bring them over to the City of Las Vegas as part of our staffing model. As a matter of fact, it actually saves the City of Las Vegas some additional time and money. We will not have to hold an academy since they're already peace officer 1, but they will have to be Category 3 or Category 1 in order to be part of our process.
Excellent question. Thank you. Thank you. How about a motion?
Okay, no other questions. I will make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement for inmate housing between the cities of North Las Vegas and Las Vegas with all the stuff that you read into the record.
That's called stuff today.
As amended.
Okay,
As
there's
amended.
a motion on stuff. Please vote, and then please post. Thank you. And thank you, North Las Vegas. Brian, thank you, please. Thank you. And post, please, and that motion carries. Okay, we're on to agenda item 39, a presentation by the Department of Planning regarding an update on the status of the Las Vegas Downtown Master Plan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tom Perigo, Planning Director for the record. Since you've adopted the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan, Mr. Summerfield and his team have been very busy starting on the implementation of that plan. And to give you a brief update, Mr. Summerfield will kind of give you an idea of where they're at and where they're headed.
And Mr. Summerfield, on behalf of this body, you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As was requested in June when you did adopt that plan by resolution, this is the first of what will be a series of quarterly updates on the status of the plan so that we keep that engagement with the council and with the community as we move into the implementation. So I'm going to real quickly just go through some elements that we've been working on, are continuing to work on, and will be working on over the next few months. So one of those items that we've been working on is a refinement of the master plan map. There's two areas that we've been looking at very closely, and these stem from the work that we did during the workshop that we did a while ago. One of those is the Las Vegas Medical District boundary. Under the plan that was adopted, that boundary followed along with what was done with the Las Vegas Medical District master planning effort that was spearheaded by our Economic and Urban Development Department. What we found for implementation purposes of the downtown master plan, the regulating scheme, is that because of the zoning that's in place west of Rancho, it's not appropriate at this time to include that from a regulating standpoint in the downtown master plan. So in working with the councilwoman's office and working with EUD, we believe it's appropriate that that area, because there are a lot of medical uses, stay within the Las Vegas Medical District plan that was master plan that was done. For marketing purposes, there are a number of medical uses, but from a development aspect, we're looking at taking that section out of the development standards going forward. And then the other item that we've been looking at on the mapping is on the historic west side. We've been working with the Ward 5 office, Councilman Barlow, as well as UNLV Downtown Design Center that worked on the 100 plan. Again, back when we adopted the plan, the discussion was that we only went up to Washington on the boundary for the new historic West Side District, whereas the 100 plan goes all the way up to Owens. And so one of the things that we're looking to do is incorporate the 100 plan and the robust community involvement that was done there, and that very specific vision for that district into the master plan. So we're looking at moving that boundary up to Washington for the historic West Side District. We are also working on updating the Unified Development Code.
I'm sorry, was that Washington or Owens? Which one was it?
I'm sorry, it's currently at Washington. What we're looking at is moving it up to Owens, where the 100 plan boundary is.
Okay, thank you.
That's what we're examining now, and how we will do that.
And I'd like to ask on that, knowing how the city and the county divide Sahara, if you move it to Owens, you're dividing Owens in half. What's the next street north?
Like me. It's a major neighborhood in between.
Right, but I'm concerned about from if you divide Owens in half, you're missing all that property that's right there on Owens going up to Lake Mead.
No, that's a fully improved neighborhood. That's the historic.
It's considered already improved and shouldn't be included.
Well, only because there's so many vacant lots in between Owens and Bonanza. So the 100 plan is basically a master plan to help revitalize that entire area because of the number of vacant parcels of land that exist.
Okay.
That does not exist, for example, Owens north to Lake Mead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
So as I was saying, so the Unified Development Code needs to be updated. We took a text amendment to Planning Commission in September. That actually is one of our next steps, is to prepare that in an ordinance form that we will bring to the council as one of our pieces of our bridge strategy that I'll talk about in a moment. But we will be updating Title 19 to reflect that it's no longer the Downtown Centennial Plan, no longer the Downtown Centennial Plan overlay, but is instead the Downtown Master Plan, and we'll be updating those boundaries and what the regulations mean as they currently are written. The bridge strategy, as we've discussed in previous meetings, the downtown area that's being covered by the master plan is much larger than the current Centennial Plan boundaries. And so the bridge strategy is meant to create kind of this interim step where we will go from the vision to an initial implementation phase that will allow us to address the fact that there are standards in the Centennial Plan that may not be appropriate in areas that we've expanded the downtown, and that we need to work more closely with the community on what the standards that are appropriate for those areas are. One of the other elements that we've been working on, and we've been working on very closely with Public Works and with the council office, on the discussion of downtown open space and our trails network. In fact, this was one of the highlights of our very eclectic booth that we had at Life is Beautiful this year, where we talked actually and themed not just on kind of previewing the city's new marketing and branding concept, but also cultural amenities, cultural public art, as well as public parks. And we asked the community, again, these are downtown users, what do they want to see in downtown park space, open space, a trail network to help connect them to future festivals? What kind of public art would they like to see? We know that this is the kind of the vision that was in the downtown master plan, a much greener downtown that has a variety of these community open spaces. And so we're continuing to look at how we integrate that with the efforts that are underway, such as on 3rd Street and Symphony Park and what have you. Next, we've been working, again, through discussions with the city manager's office internally, and then work that we've been doing with some of the community groups on prioritizing the districts. And so right now we have kind of 5 districts that have kind of risen to the top, if you would, in terms of priorities based on work that's already happening in those districts. That includes the Las Vegas Medical District, the Fremont East District, the 18B Las Vegas Arts District, and then the historic West Side and Symphony Park. Now, all of these districts are important to us. We heard a very detailed discussion earlier today about the Cashman District. It's very important for us to realize that any of these districts could come up to the top if that catalytic project begins to move forward, and we as staff are prepared to do that. But in the interim, while we're waiting for that catalyst or next catalytic project to occur, it's felt that these are the districts that we can really start with, that there's existing momentum to kind of move those forward with the discussions. So just real quick, the Las Vegas Medical District, again, we know with Project Neon and what that means with the new on-ramps and exits and just the kind of reconfiguration, and then we have the new UNLV Medical School that is going in there, that the medical district just has a lot of opportunity to move forward and be a true catalyst, not just for the medical district, but for all of downtown. The Arts District continues to draw attention, continues to draw interest. The Neighborhood Association in particular in the Arts District has been prioritizing the discussion around the uses. There are, the Arts District is a little different than many of our other downtown districts in that there's currently a use list, a prescribed use list for the Arts District. One of the things that we're discussing with that community is maybe getting rid of a permissible use table and instead saying what are those 5 or 10 things that you absolutely don't want in the Arts District that aren't contributing to that vision for the Arts District, so that we don't have to come back every time someone comes up with a new and innovative thing for the Arts District and update that table. It's much easier to say we don't want these couple things than it is to always have to come up with those new things. The Fremont East District, this is, again, we all know the energy that is occurring in the Fremont East. We're seeing new residential happening in that area. We know what the Fremont East Entertainment District has brought to the corridor, and looking to manage that as a full corridor, going from the Entertainment District into some of that transition space, into those new residential neighborhoods, and preparing for what we all hope will be the light rail corridor that will come up Maryland just short of the Fremont East. And then, of course, there's already been quite a bit of work done by UNLV through the Downtown Design Center and the 100 plan for the historic West Side District. We think that that's a tremendous opportunity in that district to take the work that's been done, build off of that, and really see a future expansion of downtown into this historic asset that we have on the west side. Again, urban form development standards, that will be something that we will be workshopping with the Planning Commission and the City Council later this fall. This is the way we are coining the next iteration of zoning, if you would, for downtown. Right now, our zoning code is really based on a suburban zoning model, and we really, all of the vision for downtown is looking at that urban vibrancy. And so we need to have that conversation with the Planning Commission and Council about how we achieve that so that we can begin to talk about height and density, new parking standards, how we deal with encroachments, because we're finding encroachment is one of those big conversation pieces. People want to do more in the sidewalk space than just maybe have a cup of coffee, which currently the plan contemplates. They want to be able to increase their retail sales and have a stand with some T-shirts and some other things out there to attract an audience to their shop. And so we want to have conversations around that. And then finally, again, because all of this is done in a holistic fashion, how do we integrate the new city's branding that you heard that wonderful presentation this morning into our wayfinding program that we currently still have underway and is kind of the last piece of the planning effort on the contract with our consultant, which is to develop the specifications for our wayfinding program and being very clear that you're in the city of Las Vegas and in downtown Las Vegas at that. So with that, that brings us to our next steps. We are going to be convening a streamlined executive steering committee that will be working very specifically with district-level working groups on the development standards that will apply in the 12 different districts. That bridge strategy that I mentioned, we will be bringing that to council in the form of an ordinance so that we can take the Downtown Centennial Plan, the standards that currently exist for that core medical district, and incorporate those into the overall master plan and have a framework there that makes it easy for the development community to move forward while we work on these urban form zoning standards. Again, we'll workshop with PC and CC later this fall, and in fact our office will be getting with everybody to get that on the schedule. And then finally, we continue to work with EUD on Symphony Park and being a part of the conversation there. I think we all know that there's some tremendous opportunities for Symphony Park that weren't originally contemplated under the way the current Symphony Park plan reads. And so we are supporting the efforts that EUD is doing to look at new ways to accomplish that high quality development that Symphony Park, that gem that Symphony Park is for downtown, but maybe do it in a different way than was originally prescribed pre-recession and pre what we know now to be the market. And so with that, if there are any questions.
It seems not, and compliments to you. You've done a great job, and we're looking forward to the next steps. It's going to be very exciting for us.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, thank you. Thank you. There's no motion. I'm going to ask for, since there are only 4 of us here, a 10-minute recess at this point. It's 25 minutes after 12, but if we can take a 10-minute recess, please.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that? Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Yes, well, I'm waiting. Yes? Okay, good. Okay, we are reconvened, and if everybody can count, they see there are only 3 of us here, but actually, Councilman Barlow's right up there, and I'm going to count him. So, thank you for that. And we are now on 40. Okay. Discussion for possible action to approve settlement of Tony L. Harper as a real party in interest in place of Curtis Harper, Steve Breen, Charles Pulsifer, and Mark Fleischman against City of Las Vegas and Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, case number A-09-599281-C, the 8th Judicial Court, and case number 64987 in the Nevada Supreme Court, $300,000 tort liability fund, and our deputy city attorney will be arriving shortly to announce himself.
Morning, Your Honor. Phil Burns from the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you.
This is an old case that's been fully litigated through the Supreme Court. The final judgment as to damages is $75,000 per plaintiff, and recommend that it be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'll make...
Is there a motion, please?
I'll move to approve item number 40.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 40. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Agenda item 41, discussion for possible action regarding tentative early voting and voting center locations for the 2017 municipal election and the available election services options for 2019 and future municipal elections. This is in reference to all wards.
Good morning. Luann Holmes, City Clerk for the record. Back on August 3rd, we stood before you and we talked about what's being passed out right now, that there were several options you needed to look at for election services, and one of the options that you had chose to go with is the concept of vote centers. So what we have before you today are tentative vote centers that we've selected in conjunction with Clark County Election Department. You have 2 maps. One map shows the vote centers, and those are the locations that will happen on Election Day. There's 15 of them. They were chosen by a combination of having the highest returns for early vote and also for the greatest coverage of all the wards.
Taken off of the last year's current or last voting
Early
from the
voting
county.
centers, correct.
Okay.
Correct. And then the other map you have in front of you are the proposed early vote centers, which are very similar. There are 13 of them instead of 15, and that's because unlike on Election Day where we stay at those 15 centers all day long, for early vote, that period is actually for 2 weeks. And although some of those will be consistently open for nearly the entire 2 weeks, like City Hall will be one of those early voting locations, and the Meadows Mall, the other locations we rotate so that we make sure that we have adequate coverage in all of the wards. So what we're asking for you to do today is give us a tentative approval, and after the federal elections are over, we will sit down with Clark County and they will start negotiating and making sure that we have these locations in place and contracted for the municipal elections in 2017.
And are any of them in any area that is going to have long-term infrastructure, digs and things that make it impossible to get to? Or are these all pretty clear of, who knows, what's going on with Project Neon and everything?
They're all pretty clear. Of all the locations, they've all been previous early vote locations.
Okay.
There are 3 that are not necessarily relatively new, but City Hall, we have used City Hall in the past. It'll be an early vote and an Election Day location. We thought it was very centrally located to mass transit, the downtown area, so it offers up a lot of opportunity for people to come here and vote. We're adding at Albertsons and West Craig, that'll be on your early vote site. Last year, it wasn't necessarily because Albertsons was under contract, a new contract, and they weren't readily available to be early voting locations. And then Sky Canyon is a new development area. So we do have, that is probably the newest, but we will ensure that we have infrastructure and everything we need in place to go out to Sky Canyon.
So piecemeal, do you want us to approve this right now?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
How about a motion? Any comments, questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, hold on one sec, please. Yes. Okay, go.
Very much. Thank you for yielding. The issue for me, as I see it, is the eastern side of town, and we're very close to getting an ideal distribution here for the east side. But one of the problems we face is, and I can say that City Hall should suffice for much of the downtown area, and then you get into the residential areas, let's say east of Eastern, between Eastern and Fremont, and they can travel, in essence, there's vertical, if you will, a grid pattern to traveling to the East Las Vegas Community Center. That's pretty easy, and I think we could live with that. But out far east, you got about 4 more miles of residences, maybe 3 more, that have, well, your graph says almost 2, that they can't get there without a couple of bus transfers, maybe 1 bus transfer. But that's what I'm thinking about. Your population out east is less mobile, automobile-y speaking, than the other. And then in a meeting yesterday, Councilman Beers suggested there was another location right on Nellis, or right at Nellis, which could be possibly used by the, I don't know if Councilman Beers is there, wants to chip in, or maybe if he's talked to the health department, but apparently there's another public building, not exactly inside the city limits, but perfectly accessible to the people that would have to do a lot of transferring to get there. That's a lot of people over there, and a lot of them walk. So I really want us to consider expanding maybe 1, but I don't know how much that costs. I don't know if Councilman Beers wants to chip in or not, but he volunteered that yesterday to see if it would be affordable. I think that the voting franchise is affordable, and we want to make sure people get there. So that election day is important.
Okay, there's good input. He went nowhere. Councilman Barlow, how about your input?
Yes, Mayor. I like the concept of the voting centers as well as the early voting sites, but looking specifically as my ward geographically, how I'm positioned in the form of an L shape, I believe that there's an opportunity somewhere, if in fact we were to identify somewhere not too far off of Rancho, somewhere on the west side of Rancho,
Alrighty.
for my district, because it's a big donut hole right there, right? And so if in fact we were to identify a location, possibly, and I'm just throwing this out there because I know the location, for example, Lake Mead in Decatur. I know they have a big shopping mall there where the Smart and Final has just gone in.
Okay.
I don't know if there's an opportunity for a trailer or something like that, but that will, be easily accessible for all of those residents that sit there, because trying to, the traffic pattern of residents is totally different than, just plopping down a location and saying, well, it's easy for someone to get to this location. But if that's not your traffic pattern, it makes it more cumbersome to, in fact, reach a site early vote or a day of. And so let's look at an opportunity somewhere west of Rancho that could possibly potentially be an additional site, which I think everything else looks good.
Great,
Okay.
we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for everyone's note, in 2017, it's only the 3 westernmost wards that will have an election. So there won't be, I don't think, unless we've got some, well.
We also have judges races.
Oh, do we have judges next time too? Okay.
Okay.
So,
All right, back to you.
So I'm not sure,
wait,
I'm not
not
sure as
yet.
far as direction, as far as how we put that in the form of a vote because I know she was looking for direction today, so I'm really looking to flush that out a little bit in regards to adding.
Do you
the
want
potential
to
opportunity to
respond
add.
as to how you will take this into consideration, the recommendations, Councilmen
look into 'em.
Coffin and Barlow?
Go ahead.
So what we'll do is we will work to incorporate those into the sites on the maps. I think we have to have a little bit of flexibility because we might not be able to get those sites to work, but it'll be staff's intent to try and see if we can make them work.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve the early voting and voting center locations, including the input from Councilman Barlow.
Councilman Coffin.
And Coffin.
And Coffin.
And Coffin. Okay, that's the motion. Would you please vote? And please post. Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. That's great. Okay, we are now into agenda item 42, discussion for possible action regarding the review of the suspension and to deny a temporary condition massage establishment license G-LI Enterprises LLC, DBA Sahara Massage at 4033 West Sahara. Councilwoman, are you on the phone? Not quite yet. There we go.
Councilwoman, are you there? It says on here. It says on here.
I am here. Hello?
Hello, we're delighted. We hope we can see you. You're smiling. Hope your foot's better. Okay, we are on your agenda, item number 42, which I just read, and so now we're going to hear from staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. With me today is Mary McElhone, our Business Licensing Manager. Sahara Massage was issued a temporary privilege license under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06. Under 6.06.055, the director may suspend that license and request the City Council to review that suspension to either revoke that license or deny them suitability and a license. For violations of conditions of the license or violations under the municipal code. Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.52120A states that it is unlawful for a massage establishment licensee or a principal or employee thereof to engage in or solicit sexual activity during the course of performing massage therapy on a person. Due to the report that was received from Metro, which has been detailed in your confidential binders, I suspended the license of Sahara Massage. We are before you today to ask you to uphold the suspension of that license, to revoke their temporary license, and to deny the applicant's suitability to hold a privileged license in the city of Las Vegas. Mary McElhone is here. If anyone would like any more details or to discuss anything in that confidential report, she certainly has the history and the details and can go through that at your pleasure.
Thank you very much, and I do know with that confidentiality that we all have been schooled in. We have gone through that material, and I think understand that there's no point in making things public that don't need to be. But is there anything you wanted to add? Or no, you're fine?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Any question, comment here? Councilwoman, did you want to address anything here? I was going to ask the applicants, former licensees, if they wanted to make any comment.
I would address that afterwards when I'm going to make the motion.
Okay. Is there, excuse me?
I was going to say, ma'am, if I could ask a question.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to ask them for any comments they wish. Do you want
Okay,
to do
I'll
yours
wait
first?
for their comments.
Okay. Any comments? And if you would repeat your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is John Geach. This is my wife, Jill Lee. We are the owners of the Sahara Massage Therapy. We saw you folks last March when we went through getting this approval. And after we finally did get it, it took about 5 or 6 months, but after we did get it, we went and invested heavily. We put almost $100,000 into the tenant improvements, of which we were able to pay about 2/3 of it, but a third of it we've had to finance that along with some other business lease items. And, you know, we're doing our best to be a good partner with the city. Does this work?
The overhead,
Yes.
right there, they can help you, show you.
Does that work? This was just on Lois Tartanian's Facebook page, and when we look at it, it talks about all the improvements that are going on right where we're at, which is at Sahara and Valley View, and we like to think we're a part of that. When we first moved in there, there were 5 or 6 different empty spots that had been empty for almost 2 years. We got in there, we fixed it up, and since that time, other people have been coming and renting and doing large tenant improvements as well. And, you know, we feel like we've done our portion in trying to make this a better place, and work hard with it. This is what we started with. That was what it looked like when we took things over. We went through a lot of pretty heavy reconstruction and ended up with just a beautiful establishment. And, you know, we've invested in this area, and we wouldn't invest in this area if we wanted to risk it on something so simple. I reached out to Lois Tartanian's office, and they explained to me that she was going to be out for the 6 weeks. And after that, I reached out to actually all of you. I was able to have a meeting with Councilman Anthony as well as Councilman Beers. And when we saw Councilman Anthony, actually he told us about the report that you had, the confidential report. We had tried through the police department to get a copy of the report and never was able. We went once 6 days after, and we went again 7 days after that to get a copy of it, and they kept telling us there was no report, there was no report. So we were kind of taken aback when we saw Councilman Anthony. He says, well, there is a report, it's confidential, I can't tell you what's in it, but he asked us basically what happened. We told him, yeah.
If I just comment, it's not a confidential report, it's a report with the police department.
I thought you just said it was a confidential report that you all had, so that's why I called
No,
it
the document that I was referring to in our meeting is
Okay.
a Metro report that you have access to if you go through Metro to get it.
I see.
It would be something that may be a piece of what we have, but not the whole of what
Well, we ultimately did, and it was just a single page. I think it's
the
the same.
declaration of arrest, which you have access to at Metro.
We did finally get that the
Okay.
following day, actually.
Then it's not confidential.
Okay. All right. But we had basically explained what had happened that day, and he looked through his report, and he says, I really can't discuss what it says here, but I can tell you it doesn't match. Something's not right, and somebody's not telling the truth here. And so we went another hour and a half down at the police station. Finally, they were able to get us a copy of the report, and we do have it. Now, I understand what you just said about we don't want to necessarily get into things, but there are several items on this report that just flat out aren't true. I know the police officer who made the arrest is actually here today. I don't know if he wants to address it, but so be it if he would like to. Excuse me, sorry. I just wanted to tell you, about a year ago, my wife had a customer who she did a massage therapy on, and when he turned over, he started asking for things that she couldn't do. When she told him, no, we don't do that, I cannot do that, he jumped up off the table, grabbed her hair, pushed her against the wall, and then said, why are you wasting my blanking time? Give me my money back. And it scared the heck out of her. So when she finally told me about this incident, I told her, in the future, if something happens, your safety is the most important. Do whatever you have to do to get out of the rooms. And our rooms are small. They're only 8 by 10. You're very close to the customer. And this guy had raised his voice, and he just scared the heck out of her. Here we are a year later. This gentleman comes in. He goes in for a normal massage, and she goes into the room, and she tells him, please get undressed and get on the table. I'll be back. we're looking at this report, and in the report, he says that she said, get naked and on the table. She doesn't say that.
No, I didn't say it.
She doesn't say that.
No,
That's just one of the things, and there's other things going on here as well. He talked about how during the massage while he was face down, how he had touched her inappropriately. And my wife she does Swedish massage, and part of the Swedish massage is, of course, you do the back, but when you do the legs, you start at the ankle and you basically push the blood back up towards the top of the body. When you do, you go up and around the hip in that way. And when she was doing that for the first time, she got up and all of a sudden she hit something she shouldn't have. When he got on the table, he made it a point to adjust himself so he was down and exposed. And that's something she never saw. The towel was there, she didn't see it, and she touched him by mistake. She told, oh, I'm so sorry, and ha 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 ha, it's okay, don't worry about it. You know, it's a strange encounter at best. So she continued, finished the massage, never touched again. And then basically the massage was over. It's about almost 30 minutes. She asked him to turn over, and when you turn over, basically you finish up the hands and that's it. But our massages are $50 for a half hour and $70 for an hour. Anybody who takes a half-hour massage after they turn over, she asks them, would you like some more? In other words, would you like more of the massage? Pay $20 for only an additional 30 minutes. After she said, would you like some more, all of a sudden, he raises his voice, gets very strange, and asks her, well, I don't know how far to go here, can you do this for $50? And all of a sudden, she's taken aback, and she is thinking about what happened to her a year ago. And she's thinking, I got to get out of here. I got to say what I have to say. So she agreed to it. And then he says, well, can you do this for more money? And yes, and how much? And she says, $2, you know, trying to get out of the place. And then, oh, that's a great deal. He jumps off the table, naked, jumps in his pocket, takes $200 and slams it into her hand. And then she's looking for a way to get out of it. She says, do you have a condom? Basically, another reason to leave the room. He says, no, go get one. No, get 2, is what he says. I mean, she leaves the room. She comes back maybe about 20, 30 seconds later with a water. She hands him a water. There is no condoms. There are no condoms. No condoms are found because there are no condoms in our place. I mean, this is just so filled with issues here. And you know, I never even knew the things that he was saying about this until yesterday when we finally got the report. And now we're here trying to defend our license, which we've invested so much. And, you know, for last month, they closed us down basically a month ago. And for the last month, you know, we're twiddling thinking, how are we going to even make this happen or something? And now we're just here basically pleading for forgiveness and a second chance. Is what we're trying to do. And it's very worrisome that such a big decision would be made from an assumption of guilt. This hasn't been adjudicated. As a matter of fact, this is another strange part, is the day this happened and they did this booking, they handed us a paper and said, you're going to be seeing the judge on October 6th. And then all of a sudden the business license people come into us a day later or 2 days later with a letter that says you're suspended. They had a copy of this report before we ever could even come close to getting a copy of the report, which makes me feel the Vice Department was working for them. And then they sent them a report before they even put it in their own system. And it's just so troublesome, you know, that would happen. So what we're asking is could we please reinstate our temporary license and then come back and review this with you guys once it's been adjudicated? And that's our request.
Okay. Did you hear all of that, Councilwoman?
Yes, I did. I wanted to ask Karen if there's a problem there if it's not been adjudicated. That's a concern I have, or at least.
Your Honor, for the record, Councilwoman, this is Karen Duddleston. Under our code, the violation is soliciting prostitution. It is the act of soliciting.
And you're saying that doesn't have to be adjudicated?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. First, I wanted to say that, if I don't mind, that, this gentleman involved and his wife, we met. In fact, we met twice with him, and I believe she was at the second meeting. At that time, I was very concerned about your wife's connection to another massage business that ran into trouble. And you both assured me that she was not involved, and there would be no problems, and it was because there wasn't good supervision and so forth and so on. And I accepted that. I told you that we had worked over 10 years in keeping illegal activity away from the area in which you went. And I told you at the time things were building up there, and they are. They're moving along down Sahara. But lastly, I went into great detail about the need for a high degree of supervision. And at that time, you stated that you would provide that supervision. And I told you we could not have any illegal solicitation occurring, sexual solicitation. I don't know if I could have been more explicit, if I could have given more detail, but it was a lot. You assured me and assured me and assured me that you would have that responsibility of being there to supervise so that nothing could happen in relationship to sexual activity. And I have a very great concern about this, and I would like to make a motion now, unless there are other questions.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, Councilwoman, if I may, first of all, do you want to respond first to her? And then I know Councilman Coffin has a comment or a question himself.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to respond.
And if you would speak right into the microphone, I want to make sure she can hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like to respond. In the paper that was sent to us, it states that not allowed to engage or solicit sexual activity. She did not engage in any sexual activity whatsoever, and she did not solicit. When this man turned over, he's the one who asked her, can you do this? You know, he had 5 or 6 detectives outside waiting to do what they had to do. This was all the way at the end of the massage. If this was a situation where she wanted to turn a massage into a sexual encounter, you don't work hard for 30 minutes doing a massage to hope you can turn it into an encounter. It's something that would just happen quickly. It didn't. It just doesn't. And, you know, this is our first time that we get to basically plead our case on this, but she didn't solicit him. He's the one who asked her. She said what she had to say to get out of that room and be safe for herself. There were no condoms, nothing. There's nothing there. As a matter of fact, when she went to get the water, all of a sudden she hears bing bong, which means that somebody's coming in the door. She sees somebody that looks very intimidating holding something that looked like a gun, and she thought, oh my God, we're being robbed. I've got to go and help our customer, tell him to be careful. As soon as she goes back in the room, slaps her and says, police, you're under arrest. And then all of a sudden, here we are 30 days later. But she did not solicit him, and I appreciate where they're going with this, but it felt almost set up, especially the way he laid down on the table, first of all, to encourage something to happen, and then asking her. I think what we're asking for is a fair shake.
Excuse me. To leave a version that's opposite of what the Metro Department is telling us. Is that correct?
Well, Councilwoman, if I may, I'm going to ask for a brief comment from Councilman Coffin. He's been waiting, and I wanted to make sure that I gave you an opportunity, and we'll be right back to you, but he did want to make a comment, Councilman?
I have a couple of questions to ask them, Your Honor. Appreciate giving a chance to have a dialogue between John and I and Ms. Lee. First of all, didn't you have a business in the other side of the freeway on Paradise Road?
No.
Did you?
We've never had a business.
Did Ms. Lee operate over there or in any way work over there?
Never. Never.
I would like, you know, for a change.
I was
John.
John. Yes.
I'd like to hear your wife, say some things.
Okay.
She apparently has enough communication skills to massage people. How about?
We'd like to hear what you have to say.
Pardon, what question? I speak English. No.
Did you work on Paradise Road?
Did you ever work on Paradise Road?
No, no.
You want to say it in Chinese?
No, I
No,
can't.
no.
Okay, then don't
He
do
But she can understand my voice better. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. No,
Okay. So you have never been, had an eye license issued before for massage? Yes or no?
Have you ever had a problem with license before?
no.
Have you ever been licensed for massage at another location?
Another location, yes.
Where?
You mean like a business owner, or do you mean just as a massage
Well,
therapist?
in the business of, or, you know, an employee of another massage location?
Workout location,
Did you-
yes.
Where?
With the Sahara, my son. It's, what the number, I forgot.
Maui Sun Massage,
Yeah.
4601 West Sahara.
Yeah.
It's about 3 blocks from our location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never anything on Paradise.
Okay.
And she's only been in this for about 2 years now.
Okay. John, you've given us an excellent first-person account of what happened during maybe 60 minutes of an appointment. Were you there?
No, we have a camera system of which I can hear what's going on in the hallways. You can
You were
barely
watching-
pick up talking, but I was not there. I was at home. The camera was on. As a matter of fact, I heard when the police went in and kept saying, Metro Police, and that's what alerted me to get over there. We live
I
about 3
see.
minutes from there.
Has Metro Police asked for the copies of the video of your camera?
They haven't talked to us. Nobody's
talked to
talking to us. We had to reach out to
Oh,
everybody.
well, I suppose their investigation is not complete yet, and probably they'll be asking for that, because certainly you speak strongly in your defense, and frankly, the defense of Ms. Lee, but you weren't there. You may have seen it or not, I don't know. Do you have another business, John? Do you have anything else going on?
eBay from home, that's it.
What is your home business?
Oh, it's eBay. It's owner's manuals for cars that are old owner's manuals for cars. It's an eBay.
So you sell old owner's manuals for cars?
Yeah, I've got,
eBay.
it's an eBay thing. It's out, right out of the home.
Okay, so it's not
And-
a full-time business then?
Not real. Not as
Okay.
much as I'd like it to be.
So then,
This is our business.
in essence, the profit or the income that you depend upon comes from the earnings of your wife?
Well, sure, but we have retirement setups and things like that. But, yes.
The
I mean,
implications
She does
here-
this for her. She
The
doesn't do it.
implications there are very serious, much more serious than the implications that
I'm
have
sorry.
that have
You
surfaced
lost
so
me. I'm
far.
sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think your attorney should explain that to you. In the meantime, because it appears to me that it's more than solicitation. And I've got to tell you to just get some legal counsel if you haven't got it already. And also, be prepared to hand over your video. We should be asking for it. And you should be preserving it. And you're on notice at this moment that you need to preserve all audio and video equipment to enable the investigators to verify your side of the story. I think that's probably
Well,
good
one
thing.
thing that happened is after these officers came in, after about 2 to 3 minutes, they went and disassembled my surveillance system.
Your what, sir?
A surveillance system?
Oh, they did?
They went in and started unplugging all the wires and disassembling the whole thing.
Okay.
And actually, I do have that part. But at that time, then it all stopped. So you can't see anything else that happened after that point, after they
So
went in
they
and
did not ask where that was going, where the
you
feed
could-
was?
You could see on the video that one officer looks up and basically says, get rid of that, and another officer, because it's quite high, and reached up and turned it around and started pulling plugs out, and all of a sudden, it all goes blank.
Well, obviously, the equipment you have at home then, which wasn't taken.
No, well, yeah, I mean, that's when
Yes.
it all shuts off. The home feed was, I was driving by that time, but that's when it all shut off. I didn't even know that had happened until
I see.
well after they were gone.
Okay, all right. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Duddleston or McCollum?
Not unless you have further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Councilwoman?
I would like to know, first I would ask the gentleman, are you are saying such a video or an audio does exist?
It's a video of the hallway, and you can barely pick up a little audible, you could tell somebody's talking, but you can't really tell what they're saying. Although we have 8 cameras, and after the Metro Police came in, you could see them walking through the place, and then there's a camera that kind of looks over to all the equipment. You could see where they got in there and started disassembling and so on and so forth until everything goes blank.
So there really does not exist a video or an audio that could substantiate what your wife is saying?
Oh, no, we are not allowed to record anything in the room, so we don't have anything that could pick up something in the room. You could just kind of...
Could not, like what you're saying was in the hallway, and it could not pick up.
It's very difficult to tell. You could just tell people are talking, you really can't make out the words. At least I cannot, so I kind of assume that that's the way it is. It's never been able to pick up things in a room, and that's not legal to pick up anything in rooms anyways.
Well, that's probably, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's, if you don't have it, you don't have it. At the beginning, when you were talking with Councilman Coffin, it sounded as if something existed, but basically, it doesn't exist. I have to tell you that when I spoke with you before, and you, I sure will remember, I told you about the supervision. You said you would be right there and you would be able to supervise. You were home. And what I don't understand is if your wife had problems before, why not just put a buzzer in the room or something to indicate there's a problem? Right. And then handle that fear that she had.
Sure.
That would have been the simple thing to do. We worked very hard. Our city has worked very hard in what we're trying to do in this type of business. And by that I mean the massage business fully. And I move to recommend to uphold the suspension and deny the temporary license as recommended by staff.
Okay, there's a motion. Councilman Coffin, do you want to vote on this? Councilwoman, it is terrible. A motion to uphold the recommendation of staff and deny. So please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Mayor, for the record, we will reflect Councilwoman's vote on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was that for the record? I did not hear that.
Because you're not here, our clerk has announced she's recording your vote, your motion and your vote.
Yes.
And the motion carries, and the only absentee at that point would be Steve Ross, who has permission for absence.
Correct.
So at this point, our business is completely gone. We have nothing, our investment, everything is gone? We can't? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Is there any recourse to this that we can get our business open one day, or is it?
The business is closed, correct? As a massage parlor, he could come back to Councilwoman and ask for some other use, perhaps. But that's totally different. At this point, this business at this location is closed.
This particular license that's before the board, it has now.
Can
After
we
the vote.
sell our business to somebody else?
If he wants to take what other additional appeal matters, he has to go through that process, which would mean going to court.
Your Honor, if I might, for the record, Karen Duddleston again. This is the denial of a massage license. There is no massage license as soon as that order is signed at this location. Any applicant can certainly come in for a general business license. He would be precluded from applying for a privileged license before this council for 1 year.
I would be. Could somebody?
The owners.
Okay, could somebody buy the massage business and run it, or try to put in a license as a massage business?
Your business is your private property, and you can certainly, anyone could buy and sell. That would be something between you and your attorney to address.
We could try to sell it. I mean, this isn't just a flat-out loss, you got to walk away and that's it. We can try and sell our business to somebody and then be gone.
You're not
Your
selling the license,
business.
however,
There-
because that's a privileged license.
They would have to apply for their own privileged license.
Correct.
Anyone wanting a privileged license at that location would have to apply to the City of Las Vegas and be approved by the City Council.
So they would go through the city council part of it, again, like we did. Right. Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 43, which has been obeyed to October 19th, is that correct? Okay, and so we move on to agenda item 44 for possible action, Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, Mr. Hooks, term expiration 10/16/2016. Ms. Misha Hooks was appointed as a replacement member for the tenant commissioner seat previously held by Deshoni Mohammed, who had resigned. This board requires an appointment. Replacing members who have resigned must fill the unexpired term of the resigning member. Ms. Mohammed's term expires October 16, 2016. Applies to Ms. Hooks now, and action must be taken. Terms on the board are 4-year terms. The options are reappoint Ms. Hooks to to have her first full term, or notify the Housing Authority that the city wishes to begin the procedure for appointment by the council of a new Southern Nevada Regional Housing Tenant Commissioner for the city. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, I would like to appoint Ms. Misha Hooks to a 4-year term on the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority.
Okay, has she been contacted? And yes, and is willing to serve. The motion is to reappoint Ms. Misha Hooks. So please vote and please post. That motion carries. Agenda item 45 has been stricken, so we now are on to agenda item 46. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-59. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-59, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 46. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 47, and that is bill number 2016-60. Councilman, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-60, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve an agenda item 47. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 48, recommending committee bills for eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 48 to 52, bills number 2016-50, 2016-56 through 2016-58, and 2016-62 will be heard at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. New bills. Item number 53, bill number 2016-63 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, October 17th, 2016. City Attorney, would you please read the new bill?
Yes, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-63, an ordinance to adopt that certain agreement entitled Third Amendment and Restatement to the Development Agreement for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills, 2016-63 is assigned to the following recommending committee members: Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated or unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Thank you very much. And we will now move on to items 54 through 60. May be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all the standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Items 54 to 56, EOT 66226, variance, applicant owner ESMI Properties LLC, on a request for an extension of time of an approved variance VAR 53923 to allow 2 parking spaces where a minimum of 9 spaces are required, and to allow a parking lot to have a non-paved surface. And a related item, EOT 6628, on a request for an extension of time on an approved variance VAR 53924 to allow no sidewalks, curb, or gutters, and half-street improvements where such is required for a 60-foot minor collector street. And also related item, EOT 66230, on a request for an extension of time on approved site development plan review SDR 53925 to convert an existing 2,450 square foot residential use to commercial use with waivers of all landscape buffer requirements on 0.85 acres at 5252 Ricky Road, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Agenda item 57, RQR 65196, applicant Downtown Las Vegas Event Center, owner Drock 3rd Street LLC, and a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 55328, which allowed a tavern limited establishment for a 107,158 square foot commercial recreation amusement outdoor use at 200 South 3rd Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 58, RQR 65202, Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., owner Pool Sanford LLC, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0010-97 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3901 North Rancho Drive, C1, Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. Agenda item 59, RQR 65203, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Lodge BPOE number 1468, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0216-90 for an 11-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 4100 West Charleston Boulevard, C1, Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. And 60, which is RQR 65204, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Char West Inc., on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0262-94 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 4820 West Charleston Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. So it is any comments? Okay.
Move for approval.
Okay. Oh, there is
Next
more?
page.
Wait a minute, I'm stapled. Oh, wait, I see. Hold on. Before I rip it to death. Hold on 1 second. There was more. All items are recommended for approval by staff. Items 57 through 60 are public hearings, which I declare open. Is anyone wishing to be heard on items 57 through 60? Please come forward and state your name. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Caton, and I'm here representing the owner of City Center Realty Partners, which is Bank of America Plaza, on item 57.
Okay. Any comments you want to wish to make on that?
Just wanted to have the venue and the city be mindful of the noise that the venue does produce. We are an office building, and this noise has impacted our tenancy, existing as well as future.
Okay. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Anyone else wishing to be heard on any of these items, please come forward and state your name. Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll go back and...
I will make a motion to approve items 54 through 60.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion to approve 54 through 60. Please vote and please post, and make a little note on item 57, if you would, about noise impact. and post, please. You did, I can see it was so quick. Okay, so that carried. And we'll move on to agenda items 61 through 65.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I may, Councilman Anthony and I serve on the board of directors of the applicant here. On the advice of our city attorney, we are to disclose that conflict of interest and abstain from discussion or voting on the matter.
You may participate, is
We
what
may not
attorney?
participate. But because, in fact, I'll let...
If I could, Mayor, because
Yes.
Councilman Beers and Councilman Anthony sit on the board of directors for the Founders Founders Academy of Las Vegas, we've advised them that they have a conflict and they should abstain from these items. We've given them each an advanced opinion with regard to that. I've given a copy to the city clerk, therefore the quorum now is reduced, or the board number is reduced by 2, so it required 3 votes in order to pass this item.
And we are allowed to do that with
Yeah.
the 3?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, Councilman Coffin has a
Thank you.
question?
Thank you. Yeah, I do. I don't like that opinion. I don't think that a vote should be taken away. You have a non-financial relationship. You have a charity, or you might say an educational, how do you say it, elementary function? You have something that's good here. And unpaid board of directors, I just cannot believe that that's a conflict. I really can't. Because if there was a remunerative consideration for the constant service or for success of this measure, then I would say, no, okay, yeah, maybe you should abstain. But I think the declaration is good enough, and it's good for you for serving on their board. And I would applaud you and say, if you like it, well enough to work on the board, you sure ought to be allowed to vote on this issue. Because I don't want this to be a pattern where we have volunteer. My wife serves on a number of boards, and if one of those things comes up, I'm not going to abstain unless the conditions I've told you about
Well,
exist.
if they're listening, I have to tell you, for 26 years, I served on a school, no salary for 26 years, and on the board, and I was very biased towards that entity and would have voted in favor of anything that I felt was the right thing. So it's advice of counsel, and this
Mayor, if I
protects
could,
them.
It's not the monetary amount, it's the fiduciary duty that you hold because you do sit on the board as a board of trustee member of this board, of the school, as well as a fiduciary duty to the city. Those things come into conflict because you have the best interest of both at heart, and you can't choose between one or the other. That's where the conflict comes in. So it's not money, it's just the fiduciary duty that you have when you sit on the board.
If I can continue this in real life here, my spouse, Mary House, sits on the board of directors of a number of charities which from time to time receive funds, Help of Southern Nevada. She sits here in deliberation in the City Hall with the Historic Preservation Commission, for which I vote to provide budgetary help. She's not paid for either one of these things. But you see the scope of what you're saying, logically speaking. I'm not stretching. The same circumstance under your reasoning would apply for me, and there are other circumstances, I'm sure, if I can think of them, over the years that I have voted. And, you know, I just follow the old common sense rules that the public can judge, and if somebody wants to protest and they think there's a violation of the rules of either ethics or of statutes, I can see that happening, but on the other hand, that's what we risk for.
Your Honor, if I could?
Yes, please.
Under NRS 281A-420, subparagraph 3, it just talks about the incidents where you have to abstain because you have a fiduciary duty. One of the ones says a public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another person. So that would be the issue that's here, is the fact that they have a private fiduciary duty to another entity as well as a fiduciary duty to the city. That's where the conflict comes in. And that's why we've asked them to.
Okay, but there's no money involved here. We're not giving
Your
them
Honor,
any money.
it's just a fiduciary duty.
May I jump in for just a moment, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Just to clarify that as the treasurer of the board, I can assure you that neither Councilman Anthony nor myself are compensated in any way for our service. Just wanted to make that point clear.
I didn't think you did.
The head of the PTA is in the audience. So
Now you got it on record, but it's... All right, thank you, Mayor. I protest.
Okay, so let's go forward. Let me read the items, and then I see we have a guest here. 61, VAR 65909, a request for variance to allow an 8-foot tall wall in the front yard where a maximum wall height of 5 feet is allowed. Number 62, VAR 66310, on a request for variance to allow a deviation from complete street standards to provide a horse trail in place of a sidewalk adjacent to Leon Avenue. Number 63, SUP 65910, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed public or private school primary on the northwest corner of Leon and Alexander Road. 64, SUP 65911, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed public or private school secondary on the northwest corner of Leon and Alexander. 65 SDR 65912, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 58,745 square foot public or private school primary and secondary use. The applicant is Founders Academy of Las Vegas. The owner is Pre Rancho Jones LLC on 6.11 acre portion of a 17.08 acre parcel in the northwest corner of Leon Avenue and Alexander Road. U undeveloped zone, ML, medium low density residential general plan designation. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items, and staff recommends denial on item 62 and approval on items 61, 63 through 65. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Mayor.
Hello, and you are?
Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today representing the applicant Founders Academy.
Okay, and Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff finds the proposed use to be compatible and harmonious with the surrounding area and is supporting the proposed special use permits, perimeter wall height variance, and the site development plan review. The variance for complete street standards has been somewhat mitigated by a condition that was added to Planning Commission that allows for a sidewalk to be installed along with the equestrian trail and landscaping that separates the sidewalk from the street. So although it doesn't meet Title 19 precisely, it does follow a standard that is in the master plan, and so staff is now less concerned about that variance as well. There has been some discussion for an amended condition and the deletion of a condition, but I'll go ahead and just sort of wait till the discussion unfolds, and then we can talk about that later.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment or participate in this of the public?
Mayor, could I give my presentation first, because I might be able to talk about a couple of
Absolutely.
conditions
Please.
that we're trying to address.
Okay.
Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. If you could look at the chart on the overhead. Thank you. So this is our proposed school site. Here's Alexander Road. Here's Leon Avenue. Couple of things we did in response to some of the concerns that we've heard from the neighbors, and you will hear from them today. There are still concerns that they do have that unfortunately I don't believe we've been able to address. But we did, when we applied for this application, specifically request 2 variances. One was for an 8-foot tall block wall along Leon Avenue. Staff is recommending approval of that, but that was at the request of the neighbors. In addition, the neighbors wanted to ensure that we kept a horse trail along Leon Avenue, and so we asked for a variance to do that. That is the variance that staff recommended denial of, but as Tom Perigo mentioned, we agreed to a condition at Planning Commission that would incorporate this trail design, which is out of your policies and procedures, which would do an equestrian path here, sidewalk, landscape corridor, and then the street. So we maintained both. That's already a condition in the conditions that came up to you from the Planning Commission. We, in meeting with the neighbors, we did a couple of other things on the site that is important to note. First and foremost is that we have never proposed access onto Leon Avenue. There is an emergency-only access point right here, but that is the extent of it. We've never suggested it, and in fact, we've oriented all of our traffic to come in and off of Alexander Road. We have a point of access kind of right in the middle of the site, and then we have another access point to the west. So all of our parent traffic will come in, queue on site for pickup and drop off. As they move across the site, it turns into a double row of cars, and then they will pick up and drop off right here, and then they will exit again onto Alexander Road. The other request that we had from the neighbors was to flip the school site. Originally, we showed the two-story school building right here closest to Leon Avenue. However, in one of our meetings, it was suggested that it would be better to put the two-story school farther away from the homes that sit across Leon. So now we have our ball field here, and it is unlit. That's important to note. It is an unlit ball field here, and then we will have the two-story school right in this location. A couple of quick conditions I would like to just put on the record before my presentation concludes. It was also important to the neighbors, and we did agree to a condition at Planning Commission, that we would not use any outside public address or bell system. I would like to amend that, however, to have the condition read, the installation and use of an outside public address or bell system is prohibited except in the case of an emergency. The only time we would use it is in the case of an emergency, and I think that that's important really for everybody, children, school staff who will work here. We would also like to add a condition that states only emergency access will be allowed on Leon Avenue. I think that's really important for the neighbors. We have turned in a traffic study. It has already been reviewed and approved by your city traffic engineers. And I should also note that we have provided a copy of the traffic study to the neighbors. And in the comments from the city, there was some perhaps suggestion that we could put access onto Leon, and we've said from the beginning as the school, we wanted to direct all access to and from the school off of Alexander. So we would hope that by adding that condition, that would further give the neighbors comfort that only emergency access is intended onto Leon Avenue. And then I believe the final condition that I need to ask for is to delete, and these conditions can be found on SDR 65912. The first condition that was amended was about the public address system only in the case of an emergency. I'd like to add the condition only emergency access will be allowed on Leon Avenue. And I think we also need to delete condition number 15. Condition number 15 talks about putting access onto Leon Avenue, the very thing that the condition that we've just requested to add would be in conflict with that. So we'd like to delete condition number 16. And the final point I do want to make, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions, is that there's also a condition on this application that limits the total school population to 750 students. It is a K through 12th grade school, but it does have a student population limit of 750, which I believe we can manage. The on-site queuing, parking, we have no waivers for parking, all on-site with that kind of student cap number. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know that there are some neighbors here that want to raise some concerns. And
thank you.
again,
Very
we've tried to do
comprehensive.
our
I
best.
have two questions. Is that a crash gate up there on the northeast, or is it a slider or just totally operative by emergency vehicles, or it's just an opening and nobody's to use it?
It is a crash gate. I'm looking
Okay.
behind at my traffic.
And the second question is, did you say at the onset that the whole property is fencing? No, I'm not talking block wall.
Yes.
But fence enclosed?
Yes, the entire, I'm sorry, I did not, I only talked about Leon Avenue. I should have pointed out that we have a 6-foot CMU block wall on the north and west, and then along Alexander Road, we will have a combination of wrought iron and pilaster. So essentially, the whole site will have a wall and fence around it.
Thank you. Any other comment? Well, we can't talk to you. Down over here, any comments or questions? I'm going to hear from the public first. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Very comprehensive. I'm glad you had the meetings. Please come forward, state your name.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you.
Lex Anderson. Thank you, Mayor Goodman and council members. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for our 22-year-old neighborhood association. I think it's fair to say that we love Founders Academy and their program. Personally, I'm a big fan of their parent facility, Hillsdale College. I've been receiving their I-premise for over a decade. Some of you are familiar with these things. December, the president wrote one on personal property rights. It was great. Okay. I watched both Hillsdale presentations on Book TV this month. I was overjoyed that Hillsdale made the top 10 for college newspapers this year. And it would be a loss for us if Founders Academy decided not to locate in our area. All we are asking for is Founders to do the right thing, as Hillsdale College would want them to do. And Ned's going to mention that a little bit. Madam Mayor, I'm assigned to talk to you about two things. One is about our rural preservation status, but that would be like preaching to the choir. Most of you were personally involved with its inception 10 years ago, and you know the details chapter and verse. Back then, the topic of rural preservation in the RJ was all about Scotch 80 and Rancho Circle. I would just like to mention that perhaps we are a little bit different. Instead of a block wall and a gated entry, we depend on a rural preservation paper wall defined by Title 19, City Ordinance, 2020 Master Plan, and the NRS. It's been said that we have developed into the poster child of what rural preservation communities should be, and we have done so in partnership with the city. Our large animal count for 2016 came out to 87 horses, 8 ponies, 1 burro, 34 goats, 1 cow, and too many chickens and rabbits to mention. And the potbelly pigs are gone, but they will be back. We are indeed rural preservation. Mayor Goodman, twice you referred to our area as the wild and woolly West, and we appreciate that. And we would appreciate it if you would keep this in mind with your decision. That being said, the city required a traffic study made of a comparable Founders Academy charter school with a 750 student population. And Somerset in the far northwest near Durango, and I-95 was chosen. And this is truly an amazing campus. The study was made September 8th, about 13 months ago, just after the school opened for the year. I would just like to give you a short visual with some photographs for show and tell. Okay, this is Somerset. It's on 12.14 acres. They've got 1,974 students. The main campus is right here in yellow. You can see that it's bordered by I-95 and Sky Point. Over here on Elkhorn. Elkhorn is big enough you could actually land a passenger airplane on there if there was the middle divider. Over to the right, it's all high density, mostly double story. Over to the north, it's also high density. The students at Somerset get lined up all along the west side. It comes out to about 3 blocks long. And the lower part down here is where the 750 elementary school is. The rest of it is for middle school and high school. So they line up all along here. It's about 3 blocks long. And what some of them do is, over here in the north parking lot, about 3 or 4 dozen park there to avoid this. But the main point is that they've got this Elkhorn to the north, they got Sky Point to the right, and there's no interference at all with residential. Just to give you a show and tell, if you can see this, this is a comparison of Elkhorn and Alexander. Okay, you see Elkhorn up here. Over here to the right is where they're coming out of the school for that long 3-block access. Here's Alexander. This is Leon right here. Right over here is where the Founders Academy School is going to be. Over here is Sky Point. It's almost as big as Elkhorn. And just below it is Alexander Road. You can see the intersection is big enough for, it's a 60-foot wide divider. All the houses to the right are all rural preservation. You get two cars past here if the horses get out of the way. And this is just a photograph of the north parking lot that the elementary school is also uses. A lot of them use just to circumvent going through that long process. So, Founders Academy, present location, has 550 students. They've got 3 ingresses and 2 egresses. Madam Mayor, there was also a study made on Alexander Road. However, it was done midsummer in June and July with Parsons Elementary School 2 blocks down the street was out on summer vacation. And there was no reference to our neighborhood road preservation overlay impact, neither in the traffic report or by planning, and there's nothing been said about the projected number of teenagers, this is K through 12, they'll be going to school there. Basically, unless the ingress and egress is directed to Rancho Road and or Jones, what will happen is that Alexander Road will become a staging area, both west of Rancho and east of Bradley for the Founders Academy 750 student drop-off 2 times a day, 5 times each week. Even with a 2-bell system, this is clearly incompatible with a neighborhood. Madam Mayor, all we are asking is that Founders Academy does it right and in the spirit of Hillsdale College. Quest Academy right up the street, I love Quest Academy. They access onto Rancho Road, and they got the wide Tenaya in the back, and they line up there all the way to Lone Mountain Road. Dorel, over in the far northwest, they've got a 5-lane road that's about 2 blocks long, dedicated just for staging and like that. You know, you can do it right. This is going to impact our neighborhood extremely. We love Founders. It'd be our loss, but we appreciate if you consider our
Thank you for
situation.
coming
Thank you.
forward. It looks like they have it totally solved with the inside looping road, and I'm very familiar with how you move students and around property on the inside so you don't end up with just what you've spoken about. And I think they really have a great plan, and it's not going to create the same problem by any means.
Thank
As
you.
soon as they get it built.
Okay.
Thank you for coming down. We
I
appreciate
have
it.
2 letters. Can I submit for the record? One from
Yes, if you would give them to our
Dr.
clerk.
Linda Young, and one from Dr. Mary Green.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your photography and all your little notes.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Appreciate your notes, all those pictures and everything, beautifully done.
Okay.
Yes, sir, come right on up, and you can use the other microphone right there, right in front of you.
great.
Perfect.
Might need to use the overhead also.
Oh, okay, and if you'll say your name?
Okay, I'll move over here. Hi. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor. My name is Ned Mills. I've spoken with you guys many times, and welcome, Councilman. Thank you for hearing our concerns. I reside at 3925 Leon Avenue, about 100 yards from the proposed school. I live right near the intersection of Alexander and Leon. When I first learned about this situation back in May, the first concern that all of us had, of course, is protecting rural preservation. You guys recently voted to have another part of the city become a historic district, and we actually have plans. We would like to do that in the future. Our houses are now approaching, some of them 40, 30, 40, almost 50 years old. And it's very important our way of life doesn't change. We're not against the school, okay? It has nothing but great things that they can do and help the community. What our concern is that we don't want the financial cost of doing a proper access or egress road. We don't want that financial cost to override our way of life. And so all we were asking, from what I understand, let me put this map here if I may. I'm not sure if it's facing the right way. I can't see it. Can you guys see the map here?
And that's inaccurate now because they did flip the building on the property.
Right. But here was our question, is that if you can see the map, I can't see
Yes,
what
we
I'm doing
can.
here.
We're
Okay,
good.
very good. On the map here, this entire tract is over 36 acres. And so
I did mention to them they can't do the future growth of the school. They need the whole 40 acres.
Yeah, exactly. They also control another 35, 36 acres across Jones.
Wonderful. They'll have a college there.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is Rancho. This is Jones. From the very first meeting that they had us go to air our concerns, we said, why don't you put an access road or egress road off of either Rancho or Jones? And they continually said that's not an option, and it was brought to my attention. It was about the money. It wasn't about doing what's in the bigger interest of everybody. And so the problem is if you try to have a drop-off on this side, see where I'm pointing here. The problem is that the school cannot regulate what parents will do when there's congestion because a proper traffic study was not done. It was done in the summer. We have another school just down the street. With the bottleneck going on at this intersection, a lot of clever parents will simply drop their kids off a block away, say, well, I'm not going to wait in there. I'm just going to pull out. I'll drop you off a block and you walk to school the rest of the way for the older children. And so there's no way the school or any regulatory authority can regulate what people are going to do. I had actually proposed that if we can't have the school move to this part of the property or an ingress-egress road, at least do some kind of traffic where maybe there could, exiting the school, they would be have a forced left turn onto Rancho. And then coming this way, they could have a triangular type of island so to keep all the traffic out of the main neighborhood. So that's our concern. It isn't about the merits of the school, but we're very much concerned that this traffic drop-off thing is going to be abated by people who just don't want to do it. They're just going to drop them off in front of my house and everyone else's, and then
All you'll
they
have
will
to do,
avert it.
knowing the people that are involved, and especially now that Ms. Lasevich has already explained, they flipped the building, and there's going to be, I mean, the building's going to be on the west, and they have that full loop to drop off on the far west
Right.
side. The reality is, once it's done, you'll see it, you won't have a problem. But should there be a problem, the first thing you do is pick up the phone, you call the
Okay,
office.
so-
And you say to the office, you've got a problem here, somebody's not moving your traffic enough, and it'll be handled.
Okay, yeah, because we had, when
I think
our,
your concerns are there, but it's very difficult to build a school, and when you're only on charter money per student, to be able to expend the costs, the capital costs,
Okay.
and to build in a road and everything else. In the future, I guarantee you, they will need to expand at that point. They
Okay.
may be in a position, but at this point, what they've done is addressed every one of the questions you're making.
Mhm.
And by her presentation, it's very clear, and knowing this whole routine of dropping off children, I think you're going to be very pleased.
okay, if I may ask, it's my understanding that after like the first 90 days of the school year, that traffic will reevaluate the situation. Is that correct? And can that be a public hearing so we can air our concerns
You
if
know,
we have
I'm
an
sure
issue
it's
with
going to
it?
be a daily evaluation, but give everybody a chance to get the doors open and work through
Right.
kinks, because you're going to have that parent who's better than every other parent, who's not going to wait to the end of the line to
That's
do
our big-
whatever.
that's
And so, but
exactly.
that is an internal something, and it will be fixed. But I'm sure down the road, they'll have plenty of meetings with the neighborhood. These are very good people that really just are about educating children.
No,
And as long as
we
you
respect
keep
that.
your, don't get nervous about it, just
Right.
wait it out. I think all the charter schools that are renting facilities, fine, because they're in facilities that already exist in commercial areas. It's a very different type of population to have students and parents working through, but the plan that Ms. Lasevich just put up there is very clear. It should be a very smooth way to go. And I know their doors are open to anything and to keep meeting with you and work through any problems. You love the idea of the school and what they're doing already, and so you already have that very good relationship.
So if there is an issue, we can meet with Councilman Barlow and
Of
them and
course.
say, let's
But the
readdress the
first place you
traffic.
really go are to the people that run the school.
Okay,
Then after that,
okay, thank you.
the councilman. His doors are always open. But the first thing he's going to do is call up the administration at the school and say, you have a problem, fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else from the public? I'll close public hearing and let's go, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor.
On item 61.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have just a few questions because the residents, I had an opportunity to meet with them at a neighborhood meeting and in their neighborhood and their community, and they brought up some very key points that I would like to walk back through so that we're clear. Number one, there was a concern in relation to, and this is for planning, there was a concern, planning recommended denial for the, I believe, I'll just take it in order of item, Mayor, so that I won't confuse anyone. In relation to item 61, as far as the variance for the 8-foot tall wall, I'll move forward for approval, being that the residents asked for that. So we'll
Okay.
go ahead and approve
On
that.
a motion, 61,
on item
there's a motion
61.
to approve, Councilman,
Motion to approve.
and only 3 of us have permission.
And only 3 of us have permission. Against Councilman Coffin's
Would you please
wishes.
post the 3 of us? That motion carries.
Okay.
And Mr. Perigo did speak to number 2.
Yes, and I just want to be clear that I took copious notes at the neighborhood meeting with NARA, so I want to make sure that their comments are on the record. And so for that, the neighbors asked that there be no sidewalk on Leon and wanted an improved horse trail, which the applicant has agreed to do. And so I want to make sure that that's clear and that condition is in place.
Your Honor, Councilman, at the discussion at the Planning Commission, there was a lot of discussion about having improvements along a roadway next to a school without a sidewalk and safe place for kids to walk.
Yes.
And so that is a compromise that was made at Planning Commission was, yes, keep the horse trail, but also include a sidewalk. And use a cross-section that is part of our master plan so that you have the landscaping separating the sidewalk from the street so it's safer for people to walk. And you also have the equestrian trail, so it preserves, even though it's not part of the master plan, it's not required. As you said, the residents asked for it, the applicant's willing to put it in, but the sidewalk, it was felt at Planning Commission was essential, and that's the condition that's in there right now.
And so the concern that I have right now is on the west side of Leon, between Alexander and what's the northern east-west street?
Hickam.
Hickam. Is there a sidewalk on Leon on the west side of the street from Alexander to Hickam today?
Not currently, not today, no.
Okay, so what I would like to do, like we've done in the past, is delay the sidewalk, the implementation of the sidewalk until other projects come along where sidewalks are connected in order to preserve what the residents have currently today. And so, Ms. Lasevich, I'm not sure how that can, pan out as far as making the equestrian trail wider, but leaving space for a future sidewalk. So how do we do that? Because I know we've done that in the past as far as foregone temporarily until more development where that connectivity will come at a later date as it relates to sidewalks.
So then are you obligating them in future years to build the sidewalk, which they're willing to do now?
I'm obligating them today, but they don't have to build it today until other sidewalks, other developments that are required on the west side of Leon to come into play. We've done that on several occasions.
Councilman?
Yes, ma'am.
While Tom is talking, one thing that the neighbor, and I just want to make sure that you know this, one thing that the neighbors did ask for is that we do install streetlights. We haven't talked about that, but they did ask for that.
We're going to get to that as well, because
okay.
that's a part of my notes. That's why I want to walk slowly through this.
Okay, good.
Because these are items that the neighbors spoke to me about at their neighborhood meeting. So I want to be able to clarify this.
The neighbors told you as well, no sidewalk at all on Leon?
The neighbors did not want a sidewalk. The neighbors wanted a horse trail. They definitely wanted a horse trail, I would say.
A bridle path.
Which you have.
Which we
You've done
have.
that. Where'd the sidewalk come from?
They didn't want a sidewalk, but they did want streetlights. The neighbors across from Leon did want streetlights. No streetlights, no sidewalks. Okay, well,
That's why I want to take it one by one.
Okay.
And so, as they work that out, we'll move forward, because I know we have the opportunity of delaying the sidewalk into the future.
okay.
Okay? In addition to that, I know that there's a requirement for streetlights. The residents emphatically share with me that they did not want streetlights. And so therefore, I'm going to grant them that wish as far as no streetlights on Leon. Okay?
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Perigo.
there is no waiver of streetlights advertised, so I'm not sure. We'd have to bring it back. It
You
was
would.
not advertised.
That's correct.
Why can't I place it as a condition?
It requires a waiver from the standards?
Okay, then bring it back. That's fine. We'll just bring that item back.
That
Okay.
means the applicant would have to file for that, that waiver.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks, Councilman.
I'm okay with that if the applicant is okay with that.
I'm completely okay
It's a
with it.
savings to the applicant, so I mean.
It is, as long as that doesn't delay us
No,
moving forward, which it shouldn't,
no,
but-
that'll just be a separate application
Yes,
coming
which we
into
can
the.
file.
But then, council, we cannot approve 62 until that application's filed.
Well.
We have to obey 62?
Well, they could bring a separate application outside
They can bring a
of
separate
62.
application just for the streetlights.
Just for
not-
streetlights.
For the waiver for the streetlight.
And we can put it under consent if need be. So
Right.
that,
Okay.
we,
That's fine.
one motion, one vote.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay? So make a note, if
Okay.
you will, in relation to streetlights, because the residents emphatically stated no streetlights on Leon, so I want to make sure that we have that covered. And Tom, you're still working on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not sure how we move forward then with that. Because I know we've done it before. Brian?
It would be some type of covenant, I'm assuming, that would be filed on the property indicating that they'd have to put in the sidewalk once all the other neighbors started to place those sidewalks as well.
That's right. We're taking the standard covenant condition that
Correct.
Mr. Scott just described and tailoring it specifically for this project, so.
Okay, so
So
to make
in
that
a second.
And it would be recorded on the property, Councilman, just in case.
And make sure that it's recorded on the property as well. So therefore, at a future date, once other developments start to develop sidewalks, then they will be required at that future date to do that. So I'll add that as a covenant as well, so that we can move forward. So having said that, and Tom and your team and Bart, you all can work that out. So on item 62, I ask that you, as a condition, forego the sidewalk today and add a covenant that will be recorded on the property that in the future, once the sidewalks are starting to develop on Leon, on the west side of Leon, that the property owner will be required to install their sidewalk. So that'll be my motion on item number 62, Mayor.
You okay over there?
That's fine, and if we have to come back and do a review of condition in order to make some other amendments, we can do that later on. So that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think we're real close to having the condition all spelled out, but I
Okay.
don't know if you can go on and just come back to
Yes.
this one.
If you want to, Mayor, we can skip this one, let them fix that condition and go on to the other
Yes,
item.
That way
Let's
it's
do that.
clean and it's just done that way.
Okay,
It's
you
much
got it.
simpler.
Okay,
Okay,
on-
so we'll
Thank
come
you.
back to 62, you're on 63
Then
now.
we'll skip 62 and move to 63 on the special use permit. For proposal. Move for approval on the special use permit for the private school.
Okay, on agenda item number 63,
Yes,
there's a
ma'am.
motion to approve. There we go, please vote. Okay, and that motion, did you post it so fast? Did I miss it? Anthony and Beers. So unanimity, the three of us are in favor, 60.
Okay, good deal. And on item 64, move for approval for the special use permit.
Agenda item 64, there's a motion to approve. Please vote on agenda item 64.
Your Honor, while we're
And
waiting,
please post.
I have permission from
You may not talk.
council to talk.
If he has information that doesn't either advocate for or against the item, but maybe something, special
Very
information we know,
impartially
he's
stated,
able to
please
do
make
that.
an impartial statement, Counselor.
Just a matter of clarification. It is a public school, and no tuition is or can be charged to the students. It's not a private school.
I think he's just trying to clarify because the item says public or private school. I just think he wanted to clarify that for the record. that it
Well,
is
it's a
public
charter,
school.
yes? Yes, yes.
Okay.
But someday it may be purchased.
Are we,
How do you know?
Are we,
You're better
You
off
post?
quiet.
okay, and
let's
on
keep
item
going.
65? On item 65, and I hate to pull staff away from what they're working on right now, but there was also a question that came up from the residents in relation to, and Bart, maybe this is more so for you, in relation to a median down the middle of
Oh, yes.
Alexander, and I know you, Peter, someone forwarded me an email stating that that wouldn't be possible, and just want to explain to me publicly as far as why the median wouldn't be possible as far as the hard left in, hard right out of the property.
I thought
There was a
Public Works
request
said
from the
no.
residents to have a median in front of the Founders Academy for ingress egress.
Right, and if I understand correctly, this would be a median that would allow lefts in but not allow lefts out.
That is correct.
And you were told that that was not possible. Well, I don't agree that it's not possible. I think that it is.
Okay.
It is possible. It may complicate traffic patterns on an already fairly narrow street. I guess I'd want to look at it a little bit more before I said it's a great idea, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. So what I would like to do is hold off on the median and over the next 6 months, evaluate the traffic flows after the school, of course, is built, and basically see how the traffic flows affect the neighborhood, and then we'll basically come back in to make any tweaking to the traffic flow if deemed necessary from a traffic standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that could be done after the school is built.
Okay, so I want to make sure that that was on the record as well.
But that really.
Madam Mayor?
It's part of 65, but, I mean, the 65 reads, it's just a request for a proposed 58,000 plus square foot public-private school, primary and secondary use.
Right, but as a part of the site development plan review, the applicant is responsible for the half-street improvements.
And who had said that, I recall hearing also that because of the width of Alexander, it wasn't practical. And maybe it should be waiting till you see traffic patterns and
Right.
everything else.
And that's why I
Just
want to make
evaluate.
a part of that. So we'll evaluate it
Okay.
once the school is built. Because it's kind of difficult to basically look into the future and understand
Right.
the various flows of the traffic patterns. So I want to make sure that, at least on the record, that that's something that we'll be looking out for on behalf of the residents in this area.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and staff will be taking a look at that.
Okay, great.
Your Honor, just real quick, I think the changes to the conditions of the variance might affect conditions on the site plan. So I'm just wondering if...
Go back to 62 first, then come back to 65?
Are we ready? Do you think we're ready? Okay, I think we're ready.
Okay,
So go back to 62. Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
please.
thank you.
Thank you. Yes, 62.
Please. Okay. Who's
Excuse me,
going to
Madam
read
Mayor.
to us?
Sure. On item number 62, VAR 66310, we'd be amending condition 1 to read as follows. The proposed horse trail shall conform to the equestrian trail as prescribed in Exhibit 3 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan Trails element. Sign and record a covenant running with land agreement for half-street improvements not constructed at this time on Leon Avenue, parentheses, sidewalk. The covenant agreement must be recorded with the county recorder, and a copy of the recorded document must be provided to the city prior to the issuance of off-site permits or the recordation of a map, whichever occurs first. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Lazovich, does your applicant client agree with that?
Yes, I just looked back to see. So just the timing, we need to record that deed restriction. Peter, what did you say? Prior to?
It was prior to the issuance of off-site permits or the recordation of the map.
Okay, yes.
And did you read in there that that is held for future development and they are obligated?
That's what the covenant does, Your Honor. They are absolutely obligated. That is recorded, and that will have to occur.
In perpetuity?
It runs with the land, yes.
Yes.
Yes. And so, in essence, you'll still build the component of the bridle path that you showed on your rendering today,
Yes.
If you put that back up,
Yes.
please. And if we can go to the overhead. Okay, so, so just spell out, so in essence, if you'll just point the bridle path, that will be built,
I think it becomes wider, right?
right, the bridle path becomes wider, which basically encompasses the sidewalk, okay? And so in the future, as sidewalks come into existence on Leon, on the west side of the street, then you'll be obligated to fill in your portion of the sidewalk at a future date,
Understood.
okay? And everything else will continue as spelled out here in your site plan.
Except the lights.
And you'll come back at a future date in relation to address the variance of the light.
Yes, and so to Peter, do we need to say something in this condition about the light, or will the variance that I come back for overrule compliance with this exhibit for the street light?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the streetlights will be completely handled through the waiver application.
Okay.
Okay, we're good? Okay, so that'll be my motion at this time, Mayor.
62.
Item 62.
Okay, motion to approve
Motion to approve
with a condition.
with the conditions.
Okay. Please vote. Unanimous.
Okay, and on item 65, Peter, you had mentioned that there was possibly, or Tom, there was possibly a conflict?
Yeah, what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, is make clear the conditions that we discussed earlier and Ms. Lajovich put on the record, and then Mr. Anderson, I think, is going to take a stab at the revised condition that will address the changes of the variance and all that other stuff. So just to be clear, amending condition number 1 on SDR 65912, the installation and use of an outside public address system or bell system is prohibited except in case of an emergency. Added condition A to SDR 65912, only emergency access will be allowed on Leon Avenue, and delete condition number 15.
That is correct.
And then Bart Anderson, Public Works, I'd like to recommend that we add a sentence to the end of condition number 14, acknowledging that the sidewalk improvements on Leon Avenue are deferred at this time.
And that is correct as well. So allow both of those conditions to be added to item 65. And one follow-up question. As far as the ingress egress on Alexander as far as Founders Academy, will this be a closed campus as far as the gates, some type of either mechanical or manual gating system to be locked at night so that cars won't drive into your property?
Yes, when school is not in session, the 2 gates off of Alexander will close.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, just want to make sure of that. Okay. Other than that, I believe that those are everything that I covered with the residents in NAR during their neighborhood meeting. And I want to really thank you all for working with the neighbors and addressing the concerns and also addressing the conditions that have just been put in place. And we're looking forward to you all being great neighbors here in the community. I live right down the street from here too, so I'll have an opportunity to monitor this daily as I come and go out of the neighborhood as well. So having said that, Mayor, with all the conditions on item 65, as stated, I'll move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 65. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very
Off
much, and I
go.
just wanted to
you.
also
Thank
thank
you for
NARA and
spending the
neighbors.
day with us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
I'd like to thank the neighbors of NAR as
Okay,
well
yes.
for your due diligence and having an opportunity to meet with my office and work with us
Great.
very diligently. So
Thank you very
look forward
much.
to it.
Thanks.
All right, thank you all.
Okay, we're on to agenda item 66, EOT 66146, public hearing, applicant Steve Hayasha, owner, Comment LV LLC for possible action or request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 600 Jackson Avenue, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval, subject to condition. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
We are. I'm Dennis Gutwald from the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck on behalf of Comet LV for their extension of time request. and with me is Kevin Thistle. He's the architect for the project. We respectfully request the condition for 3 months for the extension of time be extended to a year. With your permission, I'd like to tell you a little bit about where the project is at and where it's headed, and we can go from there. Okay. We've got a whole building built.
Excuse me, you have met with Councilman Barlow, who's leaving, so he knows everything you're going to say? Or
Yes.
do we wait?
Yes.
Okay. Are we back to our normal four?
We are, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so
At this
please
point,
go
since
ahead.
Councilman Barlow's left, I need all of you to hang out here.
So nobody may get up. Please go ahead.
Okay. Got to keep that quorum. We've got a whole building built. It's pretty much ready to open. We ran into a little hiccup with the gaming control board where they have some questions regarding the financing for the current operation and, for the immediate operation and the building. Refinancing we're working out right now. I expect that to be done over the next few months and for us to appear before the board in the first quarter, probably the first quarter of 2017. As we do this, as soon as we get that approval, of course, we'll go for the city approvals, and we'll open immediately after that, employing 27 individuals at that property. Within a couple of months after that, I would expect we'll submit some design and development documents to add a restaurant onto the property. And additionally, over the next few months after that, you could expect to see some other design and development plans set in place for the development of the contiguous parcels. So that's why we're asking for the extension of time to last a little bit longer than 3 months, because with getting Gaming Control Board approval, by the time we get the financing in place and actually get on a Gaming Control Board agenda, it's going to take a while. And then from there, everything will continue to move, and you'll see additional plans brought in. You'll see we'll get the licenses, we'll open up, we'll ask, we'll come in with the restaurant and go on from there. And if you have any questions regarding the development, Kevin is here to answer those. Okay.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. Any questions, comments? Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Barlow.
Yes,
who
Mayor.
returned.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Ms. Duncan, do you have any comments? Okay, come forward, please, Mayor.
How did she escape? Where was she? The two of you disappear. I'll reopen the public hearing.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. You look
I'm
lovely.
Catherine Duncan. I'm President, Las Vegas Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce. This project is on the same street as our development, so we want to welcome this group into our community, and hopefully we can work with them to give them our support and make sure that they're successful. Okay, thank you.
That was worth waiting for. Thank you very much. I will reclose public hearing. Back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so that you know, that I had an opportunity to meet with a number of churches in the community, a number of pastors who are looking forward to sitting down, having a conversation with you all. There's a number of concerns that need to be addressed. There's a number of questions that needs to be answered as relates to your total vision for what you have as far as being proposed, and how in fact that actually work into the vision of what the churches in the community and other properties in the community have as well. And so just know that I'm looking forward to you all meeting with the various pastors and concerned parties so that we can have an opportunity to really build a community where everyone feels included and inclusive. And so for that, I understand what you're under right now as it relates to the Gaming Control Board and your financing. And so I want this development to be successful, as well as the faith-based church community having an opportunity to continue to grow and not be restricted in regards to their expansion needs into the future as well. And so just know that those concerns are out there, and that we're looking forward to having an opportunity to sit down and share those concerns, and understand at the same time your development that you're bringing into the area, which I believe is exciting as well, specifically from an economic development standpoint. And so with that, I'll move for a 12-month extension of time while you work through your Gaming Control Board and financial issues, if I can categorize it in that form, Mayor.
And that is your motion there?
That is my motion.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
there's
if
a
I
mo-
may clarify the condition, it would be amending the condition number 1 to read as follows. This one-year extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern shall expire on September 1st, 2017, unless another extension of time is approved by the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item, where are we, 66? Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Great. Agenda item 67, EOT 66213, public hearing, applicant owner 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, for possible action on request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 18 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, staff recommends approval subject to conditions. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Hello.
Sorry?
Which property is this?
This is the former Las Vegas Club. Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North. We're talking here about the former Las Vegas Club. What we're here for today is an extension of time on the tavern license. Tavern license is only good for 1 year when you're not using it. Therefore, while we're in the midst of our development plans for that site, we need to continue to extend the tavern license. That is what we're asking for today. We ask for approval subject to staff conditions.
Thank you very much.
Happy to answer any questions.
Public hearing, anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Boy. Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Goodman and Councilman Coffin and I had an opportunity to meet with the owner of the property and yourself, and we're very excited with the future vision of what you have in place, and couldn't be more excited to get this underway. And so for that, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for the extension of time on item 67.
Okay. Did I open and close public hearing?
Yes, you did. Yes, you
I did, okay.
It's the
Thank
end
you.
of the
This
day.
motion- It is end of the day. Okay, there's motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries, great.
Thank you.
Sorry, you waited so long. Okay. So, I can't believe what is he doing? You know, the founders thing killed him. You made him be quiet, he can't stand it. Set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings, and instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, citizen participation. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium. Give your name for the record. The amount of time and amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Okay, we'll move on to agenda 70. If I can move it to that part. There we go. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Are there any members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? I've never heard a time when there isn't, so Councilman Anthony, we're going to start with you today. That's beautiful. Councilman Beers. he has a lot of thanking
Well,
to
thank you,
do
Your
for
Honor.
all the donuts and the T-shirts. and you're blessed, and the beautiful concert. My goodness.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah, really. I mean, he was
was-
very active.
It was kind of fun. We're going to be hosting Coffee with the Councilman at the Leone Cafe next. That will be in just 2 days at Tivoli Village, the coffee shop there. Hope to see folks there 7:30 to 9 o'clock. If coffee's not your style or 7:30 to 9 in the morning isn't your style, you can come visit with us at a second Beers with Beers and Tarkanian. We did this a couple, 6 months back, I think, and it turned out pretty well. So we're going to try it again, once again on the Ward 2, Ward 1 border. That would be the Steiners at the Albertson Shopping Center at Buffalo Drive and Vegas. We'll be out from 5:30 to 7:30 on Wednesday, October 26th. Hope you can join us for our second joint event. We have pretty interesting chats. We try to solve problems, which is always a lot easier, of course, in the comfort and hospitality of a long-time tavern with a pretty darn good restaurant attached to it. We worked with the library district because we had such great success with the business kiosk that we set out at that West Sahara Library in the first couple of months, that we've got it now stationed there to the end of the year. This kiosk allows you to avoid the long trip downtown if you're one of the residents of the western side of the valley, for the things you can see on your screen there: business licenses, pre-application conferences, minor permits like if you have to change out your water heater. So please do stop by at the West Sahara Library, check that out, take advantage of it if it makes sense to you. On this day in musical history, White Room by Cream was released. That was the very same day that they began what turned out to be their farewell tour in the United States. Ginger Baker, of course, on bass, I have to point out, Jack Bruce, other way around, and Eric Clapton. And that's all we have, Your Honor.
Fabulous. Okay, I understand Councilman Coffin is exhausted and has to go leave. He has nothing. No, I'm kidding you. It's all right.
Well, it's just my age, Your Honor.
Don't even discuss that. We will now hear
Your Honor, I
from
will, wait a minute, I got to say something.
Oh, now he's
That
going to
is
say
that
something.
I've been humiliated today already
Where?
by this birthday celebration. Yeah, Friday I will be 74 years old, and I am living every minute of it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Carpe diem.
I don't know, Councilman Beers has got one coming up, he's probably 37.
Happy birthday.
But I'm very proud to be the oldest man on this campus.
Oh.
Thank you.
3 more years. Happy birthday, guys.
Happy birthday to
And
Councilman
carpe,
Coffin
as
and
we all say,
Councilman Beers.
carpe diem, right?
Carpe diem.
Seize the day. And be
Absolutely.
thankful every day you get up, you put your feet on the ground, you're still with us. Okay, are you going to do Councilwoman?
Well, I'm going to start in Ward 5, and then we'll finish up with the Councilwoman. So
Okay.
the latest happenings in Ward 5. We'll start with the Spaghetti Bowl ramp, Mayor. This is in the heart of the city of Las Vegas, and as well as in Ward 5. So
Oh,
I like to
good.
keep the community engaged and informed,
Excellent.
because Project Neon is such a massive undertaking from a construction standpoint, and a lot of lane shifts on and off the roadway system and freeway system. So I just want everyone to know what's taking place on I-15. The Nevada Department of Transportation will close the ramp from northbound Interstate 15 to northbound U.S. Highway 95 from 10 p.m. On October 5th until 6 a.m. October 6th in downtown Las Vegas. So if you're traveling late at night, please be aware that those ramps will be temporarily closed in order to keep the Project Neon development underway. So just want to make sure that you're aware of that closure. Secondly, the next Coffee with the Councilman is taking place October 6th. So please come on out and visit with me at the Starbucks located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, right at Lake Mead and Martin Luther King. Fossil Day will take place on October 8th. Join the Protectors of Tule Springs and the Las Vegas Natural History Museum as they will celebrate Fossil Day on Saturday, October 8th from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. The location will be at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum, located at 900 Las Vegas Boulevard. There will be student art show, local paleontologists, fun fossil activities, and more. So for more information, please visit www.lvnhm.org. On October 15th, Get Outdoors Nevada Day. We celebrated that today at Ceremonial. Get Outdoors Nevada will host Find Your Park Day at Lorenzi Park on Saturday, October 15th. So this is an event from 9 a.m. till 2 p.m. The entire family is invited to come out to Lorenzi Park. This is a free family fun event for all ages. There will be music, fishing, kayaking, BMX demos, food and vendors, and much, much more. For more information, please call Parks and Rec at 229-7529. On October 22nd, Lights On After School Celebration. The Department of Youth Development and Social Innovations, which is the new department here at the City of Las Vegas, will host the 2016 Lights On After School Celebration on Saturday, October 22nd from 10 to 2 p.m. at Western High School. This event will highlight local programs and services, including those operated by the City of Las Vegas Safe Key, batteries included, community centers, and summer camps. This is a free community event for families where families can learn and receive available resources. So for more information, please contact that department at 229-5423. And in addition to that, Mayor, on November 3rd, Senior Fishing Derby. We've hosted several youth fishing derbies, and Harry Williams in my office came up with the idea of hosting a senior fishing derby, and this is very exciting to all of the seniors throughout not just Ward 5, but the City of Las Vegas, to come out to Lorenzi and celebrate in the Senior Fishing Derby on Thursday, November 3rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. inside of Lorenzi Park. This is a free event for seniors 55 and over. A limited number of fishing poles will be available to first come, first serve. This promises to be a fun-filled day, which include music, awards, and lunch. So we will actually have a fish fry inside of Lorenzi Park on this day. So please come on out, and for more information, just contact my office at 229-5443. And of course, you may follow me on a variety of social media platforms. And that concludes the happenings in Ward 5. And now over to Ward 1. Ward 1 is hosting a shredding event. So please mark your calendars for a free Ward 1 document shredding event on Saturday, October 8th from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, taking place behind Opportunity Village, located at 6300 West Oakey Boulevard. This event is a great way to securely dispose of your documents. Secondly, Fire and Rescue Open House. In Ward 1, Fire Station 6 is hosting an open house for Fire Prevention Week, which we recognize today at Ceremonial as well. Residents are invited from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday, October 8th to Fire Station 6, which is located at 1680 Torrey Pines Drive, which is located on the northeast corner of Oakey and Torrey Pines, across from Bonanza High School. Assistance League Open House. In celebration of 40 years of service, the Las Vegas Community Assistant League of Las Vegas is hosting an open house on October 8th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The open house includes a tour of the facility and thrift shop. So please come on out. They're located at 6446 West Charleston Boulevard, west of Torrey Pines. And next, the 25th Annual Disability Awareness Day in Ward 1 is taking place on Saturday, October 15th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marabelli Community Center located at 6200 Hargrove Avenue. The event is a great way to meet over 60 organizations serving the disability community. And for more information on all of these activities and things that are taking place in Ward 1, please contact their office at 229-6405. And Councilwoman has a lot going on, and I would be remiss, and I know that Councilman Beers mentioned this, but the Councilwoman and Councilman Beers, of course, will be hosting their Coffee with the Councilman? Beers with Beers? Beers with Beers in Tarkanian. Yeah, located at 1750 North Buffalo. So go on out and join them. I may even join them as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for both those. And as I mentioned before, Mayor Pro Tem Steve Ross has excused absence, and he asked me to give his announcements, and there's one of them. He hosted Nevada State College students, Natasha in the center and Cassandra, visiting him for their political science class. I hope he gave a very good lecture. Their professor is Assemblyman Chris Edwards, so he thanks you for sending the students to him. We're all envious because how great to have young people enliven your every day. So great there. Secondarily, goodness, a movie, Ward 6 movie in the park, The Good Dinosaur, Pixar's Disney with extra Fossil Day fun. I hope he's feeding every day. Special fossil-themed guests, and this is October 7th, this 2016, Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater at 7 o'clock. The film will start at dusk. Don't forget your knock-knock jokes. I didn't say that. That's Mayor Pro Tem. So come join him out there on October 7th at sundown for The Good Dinosaur. And then, of course, in keeping with what the City Council's been doing for many, many years, with working with Nevada Child Seekers, we have a missing juvenile. Look at that sweet smile. Valicia, or Lily, or Lee, as her nickname's called. She's Valicia, and she is 14 years of age, a female, of course, 5'8", 115 pounds. Her eyes are dark brown, her hair's black. Her race is African American, and last seen on September 23rd, 2016. Any identifying marks? She has a nose piercing and braces and braids. She was last seen in the neighborhood of East Sahara, or southeastern and East Sahara, and seen wearing a black short leather jacket, black pants, and white with gold sneakers. Her hair is usually in braids, a mole under her left eye, and as I mentioned, the piercing in her left nostril. If you have any information about this beautiful young lady, please call either the Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers, also 702-458-7009. And if Lily are watching, please get in contact with either of them so we can help and get you safely home where you need to be. And so that concludes our Mayor Pro Tem's report. As for my report, my next Coffee with the Mayor is in Ward 4 with Councilman Stavros Anthony on Tuesday, the 25th of October, from 8 to 9:30 at Kneaders, and that's with a K, Kneaders Bakery and Cafe. That's after our next council meeting, and maybe that's why he didn't have it on. So mark your calendars and join us there, located at 7100 West Craig Drive. And any issues you have, anything you want to bring up, especially all of these law enforcement questions, I know he can answer them all for you, or you want to get a great picture or bring food. He loves anything that you like to eat, so we look forward to seeing you. I will be kicking off the annual Las Vegas Walk to End Alzheimer's this Saturday at 8 a.m. out at Town Square. And it's the first step to a world without Alzheimer's by joining us out there. And you know so much is happening at the Cleveland Clinic, Lou Ruvo Institute for Brain Health. But this support, all the funding goes to find a cure. And so additional information is found online at Alzheimer Association website. And another walk for a great cause will take place the following Saturday, October 15th. Join us at the magnificent Smith Center for the Performing Arts downtown for the 5th annual Walk for Water. That's our water preservation worldwide, one drop. Festivities there will begin at 8:30. That's at the Smith Center in the park, right there on the north side of the Smith Center. And from there, head over to Freedom Park at 11:30, again on Saturday, October 15th. We're going to walk ourselves into the ground for the 1 mile walk for the safety of our city. This Strong Men, Strong Families event seeks to raise awareness and combat human trafficking. And it's really heartwarming to know that so many Las Vegas residents are walking the walk to enhance the lives of others. And we thank you all, and hopefully you'll come out for all of these. Our next council meeting will be held, of course, right here Wednesday, October 19th at 9 a.m. in council chambers. And wish you a safe, wonderful rest of week and weekend. And who knows when the clocks change in November? Spring forward, fall back. We will announce it at the next time. It's in November, isn't it? Sometime in November. So until then, stay safe, but have a great rest of the time till we see you again October 19th. November what? November 6th. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, staff. Thank you, IT. Thank you, planning. And well done, everybody. Always thanking you all and staff